graphic card to provide more realistic graphics. Aesthetics. Escape the Cyber City, Search and Rescue is a creation that is influenced aesthetically by various elements. The primary is a cyberpunk culture, known for its dense futuristic cities dominated by advanced technology, intense neon colors, and strong contrasts. This project blends different aesthetic styles to create an immersive and attractive world that takes its users to a future that may seem distant, but is strongly reflected in our present reality. So, this project seeks to explore virtual reality as an artistic medium and as a complementary tool for training firefighters. As I said before, I try to join both of the concepts into one. So, this project was first the beginning of an interactive experience that would be expanded to the real concept of acting in specific situations that firefighters must perform in their daily lives. Example, flashover or search and rescue situations. Now, I want to show a small movie that it was recorded in the field Segurex 2020-25. It was exposed in 21 and 22 and 23 of October this year. Sorry about the typo. As you can see, it's a futuristic world, not real world. But the concept is there. Turn off the gas so you can proceed to enter the building, not before. This is more artistic. Find the fuse. In a real situation danger, we would remove the fuse from the electricity of the building so it don't. That person who is doing the experience is a firefighter in my work for about 31 years. And he was impressed because he never experienced that before. And that's what kind of impact I want to cause to my co-workers and all the fellow workers in the other areas. Is to feel engaged immersively and to help training and to see if training with virtual reality is effective or not. That's my problem, or research problem, that I'm trying to answer. So I want to thank you all for listening, and thank you.
So Tim, please. You will be using PDF, right?
I had some GIFs. I forgot to tell you. I had one slide with some GIFs.
No problem.
I don't know if they can work.
I hope so.
Okay, we'll see. Maybe. Well, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Otherwise, it'll be an immersive exercise. So yeah, hello everyone. Good to be here. I'm Tim. I work for Samplon. Tim Lienhardt as a pedagogical manager for international activities. I'll say just a word about what we do. I have to grab your attention after the person who just showed us how to save children from a burning building. So that's not easy, but But yeah, I'm really happy to be here. I'm a bit cheeky too because I come here to an XR conference and I'm not going to talk about XR. I'm going to talk mainly about pedagogy and learning methods, but I guess there are some links to be done because the learning methods that we want to bring to this project or role in the project is also to train some of the university teachers that are going to be giving XR courses. Has really some clear parallels with XR. When we talk about experiential learning, we want learning to be more immersive, a learning that's more active, engaging, based on realistic situation. And of course, we all know that XR, so we can do that without XR, but XR is also a way to make learning much more realistic and engaging, just with the example we saw, that instead of course, you're not going to train firefighters with PowerPoint slides, and this is a great example of how we can have learning that's much closer to real situations. So just a quick word about us. We're Simplon, we're a global network of tech boot camps, basically, inclusive tech boot camps. Inclusive in the sense that we're completely free of charge, and our goal is to serve people that are more or less far from the job markets. So this could be like or underrepresented in the tech world. So we have a strong focus on women, for example, because we all know that in digital professions there's a low share of women. I think this room is actually a representation of that. So it's important for many reasons to bring more women into the tech field. We also have a focus, for example, on youth that didn't have the chance to go to higher studies or university, but it can also be people that had another work before and who are reconverting. So yeah, this is really, we have a strong social mission, and we try to bridge the gap between these audience that could really benefit from the opportunity and the talent gap. And we know there's a lot of positions to be covered in the tech world, and it's looking for more talent. So we do that in different fields, from programming to cybersecurity, AI. We do a lot of even more basic digital skills. And I think it was in 2021 that Meta approached us to build with them metaverse academies. We built one in France with 2 trainings, basically, one to become a XR developer, another one to become more like an XR technician, and also in Saudi. So I collaborated more with the Saudi project in partnership with a Saudi university. And same, we built a 7 months boot camp to train to become XR developer, along with other trainings with them over there. So we have this strong partnership with Meta, even though I guess the ambition was higher before, but we all know that the bet that Meta made, so that everybody with the metaverse kind of got overtaken by AI in the past couple of years. I think we're seeing something interesting in the field right now where actually AI and XR are merging in a very interesting ways. But I'll leave that to my other colleagues to speak about it with much more competence than I can. So let's say active learning is a bit like XR without the technology, or we can use technology, but it's a way of learning that you could compare to XR in the sense that the goal is to really be immersed in what learning by doing and be immersed in what you have to do in order to learn it. We all know that, well, we gave the example of firefighting, but you can't learn how to swim, without going into the water for sure. So it's really about making learners act for themselves and take responsibility for their learning. There's also a strong sense, and that goes with competency-based learning, which I'll talk about briefly too, of really bringing real-life scenarios into the classroom. And that could be, I don't know, so in XR it could be making XR projects and programming, working on real-life projects. Could be working with real companies or at least realistic situations. So the same way that a pilot learns in a in a flight simulator. What we're trying to build is really future work simulators for our learners. And of course, XR here can play a definite role in building these simulators. And finally, it's also the role of the teacher really changes, because in this scenario, it's not, the teacher is not the final resource of all knowledge. He's there to basically bring the right resources, so to kind of say, okay, we have this wall to climb, and I'm gonna put the right holds at the right place for you, but you have to climb it, basically. And you have to climb it in a safe way. So he's there to ensure security, he's there to place the right holds, and so maybe it doesn't have to be exactly the same path and the same holds for every learner. Some learners will maybe need less, others need more, but in the end, learners have to take the responsibility of their own learning and climb the wall themselves. So there are many, as you can see, there's many reasons of why we would want to use this paradigm of learning much more than the traditional one. This is just one of them in terms of retaining information. So according to this graph, from whatever I say today, you'll probably only remember 5%. So of course, these are just averages, okay? So a very good conference is not the same as a bad one, or it can be a very bad active class compared to a good one, okay? So don't take these numbers at face value, you know, they're more like symbolic averages, but I think it's intuitive for everyone that the more you're active in a task, and the more you're susceptible to remember it, and it's going to have more of an imprint on you than if you're passive. Interestingly, at the bottom, as you can see here, the thing where there's the most retention is when you teach others. So that's a method we really try to implement as well in our trainings, to making sure that there's this solidarity where the different students are peers and can be a mentor for each other. And that doesn't just benefit the mentee, the person who's being helped, but it also benefits the person that's helping, because the more you're going to help somebody else, the more you're going to retain information on the topic you're helping on. That's the way I studied for my exams. I would basically help my classmates to study. Another concept I really like to teach teachers and trainers is Kolb's experiential learning cycle. So first, it's a cycle. In school, learning is usually linear. It's more like, especially at lower levels, they teach you theory, they teach you a lesson, and then you apply it through exercises, and then back again to maybe another piece of theory. In the experiential cycle, you actually start with an experiment. So instead of like me teaching you how to do the basics of an XR project, I'm actually going to give you a basic environment maybe, and I'm going to tell you, change the color of the sky, figure out how to do it, And then you learn through this experiment, and then we discuss it, and you analyze it. We discuss it together, like, okay, what did you learn? What else could we do? What are good practices for next time, etc. And from there, it's actually, yeah. Well, anyway, the order of the steps matter, but it's actually 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know why I didn't realize it was in this order. And then basically, from your experience, you conceptualize best practices for a new experience, and the cycle repeats. Just in terms of competency-based learning, skills-based learning, I'm sure you've heard a lot about it. It's not that recent, actually. It's from the 70s. So it's not that new. Like most of these methods, actually, active methods, some say it dates back even from Aristotle. Most of them have been theorized in detail 100 years ago. It's just that we don't use them enough. But in terms of the skills-based method, it came from companies who would say oh, actually, when I have somebody that comes in my work, I need to train him for another 6 months or a year before he's operational. So training institutions or education institutions, I want you to bring me professionals that are ready on day one. And that's because why did companies start saying that even more in the 70s? It's because work changed. We came from a world on the left where work was much more repetitive, much more task-based, where things were kind of more mechanical, to a world today where we never apply the same skill in the same way twice. I don't know, if you have a skill in project management, you're never going to have the same project repeat exactly the same way twice. So that's why it's important now to not focus so much on specific tasks, but actually having skills that you can apply in many different contexts. Okay, so the way that the cat is going to get the bird here, he has to calculate, and maybe, well, we all know from this cartoon that it could be like in many different situations that he has to eat the bird. So just summing up and bringing this all together, our learning model at Samplon is making skills-based learning meet project-based learning. So our learners typically have a first project that's simple, that mobilizes a couple of skills, and then have a second project that mobilizes the same skills, maybe at a more advanced level, but also the complexity is that they have to do something a bit more complex. So for example, for those of you who know a little bit about web development, I don't know, the first project would be build your first landing page, only the front end. And then the second project, oh, maybe now I have to add dynamic elements, I have to add other pages, something a bit more complex. And then moving on to more complex projects where I have to add a back end, more functionalities, etc. So you're working on, the fact is, your learning is iterative. You're working on the same skills time and time again, but on more and more complex projects. And that's what also makes you really retain them, because in school we tend to have, I don't know, in maths we have trigonometry at the beginning of the year, then geometry, and then algebra, and by the end of the year you forgot about trigonometry. You know, so you need to kind of reinvest your skills over and over again in order to really retain them and deepen them. So just as a conclusion, to sum up what I said, at Samplon, our learning model would be to train for jobs in real life work. So that could be for example, VR developer. This work, we need some way of measuring, okay, what is it to be a good VR developer? What does it mean? So we need some scale of measure. As we said, it can't be routine tasks. It has to be skills that can be applied in different contexts. So competencies or skills or indicator of whether you're a good enough XR developer. How do you acquire these skills? Well, through, like I said, realistic projects, things that you're going to have to do in your real professional life later on. Okay, so that's the methods that we use. And then obviously these projects need to mobilize tools and stacks. So that could be Unity, for example. But maybe in 10 years' time, Unity will be an object of the past, and it'll be another really cool piece of software that replaced Unity. But the core skill behind it of, I don't know, building a 3D world will still be there. So just making sure that we put skills before specific tools. So thank you for listening to me, and up for any questions if you have some later on.
Predrag, you ready?
You should be able to put it in the full screen, but how? I'm sorry. No. This is on PDF. No.
No problem, no problem.
But I don't see it here.
Hmm?
It doesn't show here. Let me try. Let me try to see if I can open it like this. See,
Okay, great.
unfortunately, technology doesn't like us today.
Yeah. Could you please change to the computer?
He's coming. How do you change it? Oh. Okay. Ah. You? Sometimes papers are better. Yeah. Oh yeah, lovely. Okay. Thank you very much. You are the savior today. Hi everyone. First of all, dear partners and dear young students, I haven't been giving a lectures or giving a talks to that big audience for ages, so please bear with me. But it's my pleasure being here, and also pleasure being here in Lisbon because it's a lovely city, lovely food. Especially, I love the octopus hot dog. If you haven't tried it, I love it. Nonetheless. Today I'm here as a partner from the Unisys, which is a company from Estonia. I'm going to talk about strengthening XR education through cybersecurity and compliance. And it's a very interesting point why and how we actually became part of this project is because last year, in the same city where we are here in Lisbon, I had first XR virtual reality experience at the Sotomayor Palace, where I had a chance to get to know the XR experience to teach chief information security officers for critical infrastructure, and especially for the Marines, for the port, especially here in Lisbon. And within that, I actually understood how important and how well the XR can be in the near future. And being a part in this consortium brings a couple of other problems that we need to solve before we go on. So what I'm going to talk about you is the AR ecosystem, not too detailed, please. I know you're technical students, but I will leave the technical part to the manufacturers and to the other partners, but then I will talk more about the EU regulations and new ever-changing regulations, especially in the European Union. What is the Unisys role at the VIC project? Privacy by design and also security by design to the VIC project that we are going to try to emerge. And then in the end, what are our key achievements and what will be our next steps? Me, myself, I'm a cybersecurity and privacy advocate, being starting in cybersecurity from the first generation in Estonia, then Europe, Evercom in France in Elite School. I've written several papers, books, and also being certified as CISO, Data Protection Information Officer, and so on. More details you can read on my website. But what we are here to talk about is something very interesting. We have seen how firefighters can save children. Then we've seen how to create education better to the virtual reality. But then XR is not just a toy. It's not just a device. It's a hardware. it's a software. It has content development and educators, which already was presented. Then we need to stream that content. How we do it? We have to have, for that content, we have to have an infrastructure. Mostly that's going to be on the cloud or edge or whatever. And then, in the end, security, compliance, and governance. I always say that is the most boring topic, but actually it's the most important topic. But hardware manufacturers, they develop the hardware. They develop the headphones, they develop the sensors, they develop the screens, and everything. That being said, by developing the hardware, automatically that device falls into different regulations in European Union. Due to the fact that this hardware manufacturer automatically falls into a European Cyber Resilience Act, which is going to come into force next year. Then software platform and engineering actually falls into NIS2 directives because education, it is part of critical infrastructure. Then we have the content developers and educators, which already we mentioned it, and that also falls into our NIS2 directives. Then we have the cloud edge infrastructure. How are you going to stream that content to the end device? Is it going to be a communication? What kind of communication? Is it going to be secured or not secured? Therefore, in the end, UNICEF take a part to lead this consortium in making the VIC project and the devices that we're going to produce and the master study program that it will take into account security, compliance, and governance by default. That being said, privacy and security by default and by design. And this is a very important topic because I said most boring, but most important as well, because soon as you have some project, an early stage, if you do not take into account security and privacy at the beginning, later on, it's going to be much harder to implement and to unbend it. Now, the Europe we live in, it's a very challenging lately. And it's challenging not because we have war or because we have any other political crisis. No, it's actually challenging because we have regulations changes. The European Union wants to make the cyberspace more resilient. Within that, they are enforcing in coming years and forthcoming years new legislations. That is one legislation that is coming into force, EU AI Act. And our project does include AI. And what we're gonna focus on VIC project, we will try to create a risk classification and transparency AI-driven XR tools where we can be able to map them and of course to fulfill the EU AI Act requirements. I already talked about the Cyber Resilience Act. This is totally something new because hardware and a software, any hardware and a software that is going to be produced or used into the European Union market has to be certified, has to have a conformity assessment, either self or conformity assessment by the certified body. With that being said, it's really important that we need to distinguish where the XR devices are going to fall in which categories and which models, and then also the software, not only the hardware, but also the software itself. And within that, you have to have different checklists or requirements that the project needs to fulfill. As I mentioned, education and the infrastructure automatically falls into, that is a new update of the EU NIS Directive 2, and it did create a big kind of stress on the education because it does require a lot of investment and lots of money, where you need to make sure that you have digital severity and you have to have a secure infrastructure in education. And that created quite a big noise. Within that, we will help to make sure the VIC project will fulfill the NIS directive requirements. Not the last and least, and we're having a Digital Severity Act, Digital Matter Act, and of course everyone knows GDPR. That most probably it's already old, but looking forward to the new one. Let's see, fingers crossed. Now, what will be the UNITY's role? Even though I touch upon the UNITY's role to this project, we will be leading the cybersecurity and data protection. We will integrate the privacy by design and security by design principles across the XR learning tools. And of course, within that, we will continuously do a risk assessment and compliance monitoring from the early stage of the development of the project. So therefore, we will fulfill all the European legislation requirements and compliances, but then also we will make sure that we also include that into the modules as well for the future students. So they will be also not to forget about that. Then the security digital infrastructure. UNITYS as a company, we usually use and we bind it to do open source technology, and we encourage for the open source technology because we do think open source technology with the contribution of the community brings transparency, security, and better privacy aspects. So for that, we will try as much as possible to the VIC project to deploy open source technology to ensure transparency and auditability. And of course, we will need to implement a security identity and access management and everything regarding the infrastructure. Then, last but not least, awareness and capacity building, what I already mentioned. We will include special modules during the training and in the curriculum where you will be able to learn about privacy and security aspects, especially for the XR. Yeah, privacy by design practice. You've all heard what it is, but actually no one knows what it is. Why I'm saying this? Because everyone thinks that if you are GDPR compliant, then automatically you have privacy by design. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Privacy by design in practice means we need to have and we need to map all the data flows in the project. Where do they go? How are they communicating? How are they communicating? You have to be able to tag them, then to make sure that only to the data with sensitive or with a personal information data will be tagged, and only those people will have access, but not everyone else. And with the VR, I have seen in my experience of engaging with VR devices for 1 year already, I have seen mistakes in the projects where certain privacy was interrupted. Then, of course, we will use federated identities and encrypted communication, which I already mentioned it earlier. That is really important, how the cloud infrastructure or how we are going to stream the content to the XR devices, to the end user. And then, last but not least, transparent consent management aligned with the GDPR and AI Act transparency. Now, strengthening EU XR's ecosystem, it's quite early stage, I will say, because we need to collaborate and we need to do a more standardization. I'm extremely helpful and I'm extremely great to have such a strong partnership in this project. And so what we can do, we will work together with European partners to align on cybersecurity standardization. And we will build trust. Compliance, not just as a regulation. Unfortunately, that is what is happening right now in the European Union. But hopefully it will at some point shift, and that is what they're trying to do with the new Cybersecurity Resilience Act, to have vertical and horizontal approach of the compliance. And then long-term sustainability, we need to make sure that XR ecosystem remains adaptable into EU digital regulations, so not to be forgotten. And unfortunately, the new coming legislations, they do not have particular requirements for XR devices yet. which most probably we should address this to European Union soon than later. In conclusion, to make XR education thrive, for me the most important, or for us as a partners in the VIC project, is to invest not only in innovation, but in resilience, trust, compliance, but also into a new generation as you are. And the commitment, we will continue to lead security, privacy, and going through using the open source digital tools. We will try to support the vision for trustworthy, future-proof digital learning space. Thank you very much. And yes, if you have any questions, please feel free.
Do you have your mic?
Okay. Hello. I'm Rinon Hoja. I come from Kosovo, Pristina, representing Cactus Education as a VIT school, VIT higher education institution of level 5. And our role in the Virtual Innovation Consortium project this time is in the other side of the medal, namely humanity sciences. My background is an engineer, but my heart rests in humanity sciences. And that's why I'm very happy and blessed and also grateful to be part of this great consortium and with great amount of people and institutions, each complementing the other with their own expertise. So the theme which I'm going to present, obviously, is remaining human in the digital age. We are all exposed nowadays to an immense digital transformation that we are living based day to day, and it is changing rapidly, not just by the day, but by the hour, let alone weeks and months. And one key point that remains challenged is how to be a human being. So, the first challenge that comes is in human ontology. Ontology is the science which deals with the human being. Namely, it addresses the basic question, fundamental questions of being, like who am I, why I'm here, and because of this XR, VR, and immersive technologies, obviously comes the next question, what is reality? Okay? Because when we play with the digital, we immerse ourselves in those environments, and we kind of lose the touch for a bit, at least for a moment while we train with a real reality. So I wish to begin with the question, what is reality? Is it something fluid that we perceive by our senses, like hearing, eyesight, mind, and which gets further colored by our emotions? Or is it something deeper? Something that rests unchanged, solemnly within ourselves, independent from the domains of context and time. I'd argue the first is the second one, the unchanged part of us, the originality of human being. Now, why I'm saying this right now? Because we obviously live kind of crossroad where digital impact is being felt in all areas of life, and especially human being. So begin with who am I? Our role in this great project will be teaching and guiding the students, beneficiary students, to find their own selves, at least to consider finding their own selves, original, complete, and independent from what the outer senses provide. In this way, we can navigate reality in not just solemn way, but in balanced way and unique and creative way. Now, the second challenge is a challenge to human epistemology. Epistemology, on the other hand, is the science of human knowledge. What do I know? How did I get to know what I know? And how do I know what I know? These are the three basic questions of it. And what is knowledge in general? And what is the difference between knowledge and wisdom? Knowledge is the sum total information that we get during our education, which we receive by our senses. Whereas the wisdom is something deeper. It's something that stems and flows from our inner reality. That unchanged part of us which feeds us when we are in the moments of silence, uninterrupted by the noise of outside world. Yes, it's true, we live in very dynamic lives, but it's also true that we can work together through this great project, VIC, to enable our beneficiary students and also colleagues interested to step by step find their own selves in such a way that one feels complete, independent, free, creative, and unique at the same time. And this enables the use, the great use of those great immersive technologies of the digital aspect, which are also going to be taught through the master course and advanced course as well. So the difference between essential and formal education is that essential education deals with the human being, with getting to know their own self first. So to prevent getting cluttered by the over-input of the senses. While the formal education is what we go through during the cycles of formal education that as we know of as education. Now, another challenge is the AI entering the scene. AI has transformed all contexts of life. That's a fact. It's like the time before electricity and after electricity. It's very much the same thing here. However, AI, in my view, can replicate the fume, but not the engine. Can replicate the results, but not the originality. Can replicate the pattern, but not the source of creativity. And the thing is, and the question that naturally comes to ask is, what happens if becoming human doesn't advance in step with technology? So this question has been going on in previous civilizations as well, which they unfortunately failed, because the technology surpassed being human for many more times. Hence, we came back to ground zero, and here we are given the chance again to reconsider this very same question. And the basic question nowadays, because of immense digital transformation, is how can we get as human as possible our original selves independent of digitality so that we can use the technology without getting used by it. This is what using wisdom consists in containing knowledge. So AI, say we want to create a piece of art. Nowadays we have it in the tip of our fingers, right? One prompt and we have it, voila. However, AI will create things for you, but you will miss the experience of creating. And this is where every unique individual shall draw the line somewhere. Up to when can I use AI without compromising myself and my originality? Okay. So the role of the big project, our role here, is to assist the beneficiary students to find their own self and to use freely and in uninterrupted way the digital technology, XR, and immersive realities. By these remarks, I say faliment direto. Thank you very much, and muito obrigado. See you.
So thank you so much for this panel, the speakers we have had so far. So as we are a little bit behind the schedule, I would like to ask you if you have any urgent question or if we can move on to the next panel and then you save your question to the end. Anybody with any urgent question? No? Okay. So thank you so much to our colleagues. And I'm now inviting Professor Cecilia Bolognesi from Politecnico di Milano, Professor Stefan van der Speek from Delft University of Technology, and Professor Oscar García Pañella, the NTUB. And we will be speaking, we will be speaking about XR in architecture, design, and creative industries.
Can I move through that? Just like this. On and back. This one's back. This one. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I will not be so interesting as the previous presentation. My presentation is a bit hard and stuff. Anyway, this is the main index. We will speak of the state of the art and the objectives of the VIC project. What's going on in manufacture, because I have to talk to you about our relationship with industries, but also in the AEC sector or in the administrative process, such as the e-permit, and how virtual reality can help these processes. We will speak about VR in sustainability, and then in the program, the project, the work package 6 that we have to lead in the program. So my reflection is grounded in the progress made over the past decade in Europe, taking into account the guidelines and initiatives developed by academic and professional communities, as well as the persistent challenges that shape this evolving landscape. My name is Cecilia Bolognesi. I'm an affiliated with this ABC department in Politecnico in Milan, a department that has established multidisciplinarity as it is at its core principle. I don't now explain you all the objectives that we aim to develop through the VIC Consortium from this perspective, but this project is first and foremost educational in nature, but yet places the relationship with industry at the core of its overall process. And our role within the VIC project is that of a research partner. We support the activities of the advanced training schools and summer schools. However, our role, and above all, is to contribute to bridging the skill gaps that industry continues to report, particularly in the areas of advanced digital technologies and the disruptive innovation potential offered by virtual environments. For this reason, today, I would like to present you 3 case studies currently under development, still but ready enough, in partnership with leading companies. First of all is a project in manufacture and regards the integration of immersive processes trying to substitute physical prototyping. The experimentation is now conducted within the framework of an active collaboration with the industry, whose name is Siceprevit, a leading Italian company considered a large enterprise with more than 250 employees that is internationally recognized for its experience in the restoration, renovation, design, engineering, and production of high-end interior environment for luxury residential, retail, hospitality, and so on. The company counts among its clients some of the most prominent European luxury brands, including fashion houses and jewelry design mansion, and integrates architecture design, manufacturing, and on-site installation with a vertically coordinated structure where traditional craftsmanship and industrial precision coexist. SICE is an emblematic case of the craftsman-driven manufacturing industry transforming towards the digital paradigm of Industry 4.0. The company's production workflows are based on highly detailed, material-intensive prototyping cycles in which client approval, material testing, and aesthetic validation depends on the fabrication of physical mock-up, entirely one-to-one scale, such as entire shops physically built, entire hotel rooms physically built in the industry, and luxury furniture physically built in the industry. Within this context, the present experiment aimed to investigate how immersive technologies, specifically VR environments developed through Unreal Engine, can substitute or complement the physical prototypes in complex manufacturing pipelines. Over the period of 5 months, the study tested the complete digitalization of an architecture environment conceived for a real project, evaluating its effectiveness in terms of decision-making, efficiency, communication, accuracy, and environmental sustainability. There are 4 aims of the project that you see also here: the digital integration, the workflow definition, and the decision support, and the sustainability and awareness. That is to assess also whether the immersive approach can demonstrate measurable benefit in terms of material consumption, energy use, and overall environmental impact. There are some comparative results and implication. The company provided both SolidWorks assemblies and exported mesh files in standard Exchange format. These datasets were used to cross-verify geometric accuracy and ensure data integrity during the translation from parametric CAD, full of information and details also not important for VR, to polygonal environment, and the analysis of the exported model revealed expected data loss in complex curved surfaces and some mechanical elements. This was documented as part of the testing procedures. The data conversion and optimization were performed then in Blender 4.5, chosen for its flexibility and scripted potential. Of course, unfortunately, here are some of the results, but we are sharing some other images because the project is under a confidential agreement and the company is not yet ready to diffuse it. The second case is more closely related to the fields of design and construction. Okay, Polytechnical works in design and construction. We are a leading university in the world for that, 7 for design and 8 in the world for the ranking in architecture. And as shown in this slide, there are numerous applications that you can see of VR and AI specifically within this sector. When you see the result of these works, sometimes they look very simple, and I appreciated the previous presentation a lot because everything looks very simple to be done. But in our field, what is simple at the end is not always simple at the beginning. So in the construction sector and in architecture and industrial co-design and in administrative building processes, you see many of these complicated processes. The case study here presented is an administrative process. It's the simulation of a service conference. What we mean for that? You have to approve a project, and there are more or less 12 entities in the town that has to say something on that project, huge one, and they talk in different offices in different times of that. Each of them gives the idea of the project. Well, this research addresses the need to obtain consensus on project within administrative context, where multiple stakeholders are required to provide specific feedback on large-scale proposals. The study proposes a structure framework that integrates advanced immersive representation with collaborative processes, moving from, as you see here, a data-centric approach to an ecosystemic and experience-oriented one. In this context, digital models become drivers of coordinated information ecosystem, and everything happens in this ecosystem. This workflow demonstrates how cross-platform configuration, including many of them, spatial, Unreal collaboration viewer, Euclidean holographic tables, and the cave and everything, can connect the accuracy of data management system. We speak of, I know it's difficult perhaps for some of you, BIM, CDE, GIS, that are building information modeling, common data environment where the same data on the whole digital model are shared, and GIS, with the intuitive understanding of interactive representation, improving user experience and decision-making efficiency. This experiment that has something not so simple before VR involved both a simulation for a reuse project of an urban area owned by the Lombard Residential Housing Agency, that is quite big because they own 300,000 apartments in town, and Italian railway network, engaged in a formal planning conference for the station called Cascina Merlata. Also, several questionnaires were administered, some of them very general at the beginning. And you see here, these included not only case-specific surveys, but also broader ones, aiming at understanding the current state of digital integration, especially with public administration. One of the outcomes is shown here, and here you can understand how strong is VIC's mission if you look at the gap between the current reality and the desired state for all parties involved. This should help us in growing in VIC. So going back to the two experiments, we tested different situations, and both processes that are called Borgo Pirelli and Cascina Merlata were used to test the effectiveness and transferability of the immersive framework in collaborative processes and validate its effectiveness in terms of decision-making support. We established some prerequisites and requirements to work on the environment, and for some of them, we had the same conference all together in the same environment just to support the decision of some of the part of the project. We understood this, that if you structure the information that are connected to the project before the VR environment, the immersive representation can work much better. Also, when the immersive representation is done and you add information in it, you can bring them back to the common data environment and work on them. And a very promising perspective is an evolution towards an immersive experiential, we call it a CDE, that is common data environment, integrated with artificial intelligence to grow other decisions. The third and last case, I hope you're still alive, is immersive for sustainability. Well, this is a challenging option. A case to support sustainability in the construction sector is to reduce its environmental impact to support low carbon practices in line with European and international policies through immersive processes. Our attention has been focused to the impact of materials and construction processes with an emphasis on the design choice. So you design something, you can choose different materials, maybe with the same price, but the impact on the environment could be different. And it is not always the first decision of the design group. So you have to push them to do the right decision, but immediately sometimes. So, like the previous example, what is simple then, it is not always simple at the beginning. So, we try to integrate EPD. EPD are environmental product declaration based on the whole life cycle of every material into BIM objects that are intelligent digital object with information to enable immediate feedback during the early stage design and preserve traceability across project stages. So this is the workflow where you see visualization and VR environment is the last step, but it was our aim. And as in the case before, through an experimental case study, we succeeded in doing that. So adding EPD in the BIM model and visualize them in a new workflow. The operational implementation, presents certain challenges. There are many challenges, heterogeneity of format, files, systems that don't speak each other, and many difficulties. And in this workflow, environmental indicators goes from a static document to dynamic ones, giving the possibility to inform design decision in real time in a VR environment. So we succeeded in changing materials in the VR environment and have an assessed done by color during the decision design stage. So at present, we should look after a collaboration and practical trainings in our project, big projects. We have to engage a large number of companies across all countries to increase the pervasiveness of XR system within the production supply chain. We would love to establish and maintain partnership with industries and research labs to grow this field, provide opportunities to enhance the practical experience of the students in XR, optimize new researches and share the best practice among companies, and promote internship opportunities and establish mutual benefit between companies and students. Our aim is to start from real research problems and bring them into industries, make them larger examples, and growing students to work in a real world with virtual eyes. Thank you for your attention.
Yes, great, this works. Good afternoon. I hope you're enjoying the variety of presentations you will get today, we've seen today, and I will give an addition to that. My topic is Beyond VR, so I will present about VR, but also show different ways of using VR. I only have 15 minutes, so it's a bit of a fly-through for about 10 years of experience using VR. Who am I? I'm not part of the consortium. Gisela asked me to present today, and I'm happy to do that. My name is Stefan van der Spek. I'm Associate Professor of Urban Design. I'm always into technology and design. So in my career, it was always about using sensors, GPS tracking, and so I ended up 2016 buying a VR headset and starting to use that for research and education. Yeah, and I think that also refers to the cycle we saw today. You can only learn when you do. We learned by buying a device, applying it in research, and then bringing it to the students. Okay. Further, I'm also director of different master programs, so I was director of the geomatics program, what is integrating geoinformatics, geoinformation, and informatics. And recently, I was in the Metropolitan Analysis Design and Engineering in Amsterdam, which is a collaboration between TU Delft, Wageningen University, and MIT. Okay, but let's not talk about me. Do you know what this is? I think this is the best headset you can imagine, because this is a VR headset which doesn't use power. It uses your brain power. It uses your imagination, yeah, and it's wireless. Yeah. The only problem is I cannot use it for my research. I would love to, but it's not possible. But maybe I can give an opening later how we can go a bit in this direction. By the way, whom of you has used VR before? A lot of people. Who is using it for research? Only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I see you waving there. Very good. Who was using it for design or in education? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I see a lot of people who know what VR is, have used it, but research and education is a bit... I think there's a task, Gisela. I think that's a good project we're making here. Good. Good. To go through VR, I think there are different ways of using VR. I call it design in VR. I have a design background, as you know. So build and test in an immersive world. Design with VR, so communicate with stakeholders. And design through VR, that's about collaboration. So I will show you the differences. In education, we use VR since 2016 in a bachelor program, but also in master programs like MEGA and Beyond 3D. And recently we started with the Virtual Architecture Museum. And I will quickly show some sheets how it started. So this is how we started 2016. Well, 2 VR stages in the basement. We didn't get a good room. We had to be in the basement. And we gave the people an experience. What is VR and how can you use that in your design project? And it was amazing, I can tell you. Yeah?
So that's why the conference in the basement here as well?
I wasn't going to say that, but thanks for the conclusion. The audience says we're in the basement because we have to grow up and go above the ground. So good point. One of the things is with the VR, you have to lecture a lot as well. Like Cecilia said, the VR is the endpoint. You have everything there, but before you're there, you have to invest a lot. There's a lot before there with all kinds of programs, all kinds of data. Don't underestimate that. But the funny thing is, let's see the next slide. At the end, we managed with the students who never used VR before, who were starting to draw with Rhino, and we did presentations after 8 weeks or 10 weeks in VR, where people gave a walkthrough and showed it on the screen. So we had one person wearing a VR headset and another person explaining it in a PowerPoint what was happening. Yeah. Cool. MEGA, also students working together, one student in the VR, it's shown on the screen, and other people giving feedback of the design. And I really like this project because this was a multi-layered one. It was VR in VR in VR. So there was a museum. It was actually about an exposition in Osaka, I think it was, in Japan. There was a pavilion, a Dutch pavilion. It's not there anymore. So they reconstructed the Dutch pavilion and they made an exhibition in the pavilion about what was there. And then you could dive into VR. So you were in VR, and in the exhibition you dove into VR again. It was really multi-layered. We are using the technology in extreme ways. Oh, and maybe also nice, VR is not that new. This is an image from the 60s, yeah? And it's not only visual experience, immersive experience there. It's about sound, smell, and also movement. So we're not there yet. As said, VR requires a lot of learning. To get this project there, you can do things with regular drawing programs. Rhino immediately show it in Enscape. I will show later from one of our projects. But in this case, the Virtual Architecture Museum, the students had to learn Unreal. It's You can use Unity or Unreal, they're both game engines. So they had to learn on top of their regular learning to use the game engines to build their game, because you're making a game then at the end. Yeah. Okay. The next level, the tools for collaboration. Other people who have used VR for collaboration? Have you been together in VR with someone in another room, with someone around the world? Anyone? Yes. Is it gaming? Or was it work? Work. Did you use one of those tools? Archeo? Unreal? You did no? Different? Okay, good. You can collaborate, and that's beautiful. We did experiments with our students and with 15 people we were in a VR environment. We also had experiments with people in the US, in the Netherlands, in Italy, in the same building project at the same time. And that is crazy, and it's like this. So this is Archeo, it's one of the programs. You go through it in different scales. You use your hands, so you don't use the controllers. You use your hands to pick up a building, move it around, make it bigger, make it smaller, and you can talk with everyone else in the scene. And those people are not in the same room. Yeah, they can be everywhere in the world as long as you're connected to the internet. Yeah, you can scale up, scale down, so it's one-to-one on eye level, but you can also have this kind of bird's eye overview. And that's, I think, an opportunity for VR to collaborate. Okay. And new forms for that are also caves like Hive 3D or other caves. Oh, Cecilia has a nice cave as well. We saw some pictures. Okay. This is just visualization. So we use it in education where students build their projects, visualize it, at the end show it in VR instead of only a 3D model. We use it in design where students start from the first day. I think that was also mentioned. Hey, you have to start immediately from the first day, dive into 3D, show it in VR, make changes. But we also use it for research. And in research, we started using VR with showing future scenarios for neighborhoods to people. So we went to a municipality, Groningen, in the north, and they wanted to improve the neighborhood for health. So access to good food, people walking around, social interaction, more physical, more working physically. And we showed them the futures, and they responded. We had questionnaires in the beginning, and we prepared that, and we got grades and numbers. And it was like, yeah, okay, it's nice statistics, but it doesn't represent the whole thing. Then we started recording, because people were saying, actually 90% of the responses in VR, when they were walking through it, oh, when I walk here, it's a bit dangerous because of this, or there's a lamppost here in the middle of the footpath. So we got so much more responses using the recordings. Still, there's a way to go. We started adding biometrics. Well, biometrics contains heart rate, for example, sweating, how you move your mouth, where you look with your eyes. Do you move quickly around? Are you focused? You're focused now on me. But maybe you're focusing and you're looking around. You're trying to find your way. If you collect that data, we don't need that questionnaire anymore. Your body speaks for itself. Yeah? And you can go beyond that, collecting the emotional states. We used EEG, collect your brainwaves, 5 different brainwave channels, capturing the emotion of people in VR. Okay. I have a couple of minutes, Gisela. Yeah. So I'm going to show the project. This is, let's say, the first stage. You have a drawing program, you draw something, and then you show it to people. And on the top left is a scheme. So, Gisela, I'm also showing a scheme, but a scheme how we did that in the field with all the people, with all the different scenarios to measure. And we showed them images, current situation, potential future situation. Yeah? We have people walk through that in a fast path. There are arrows there. And then we ask, and we get this. And this is something I do not capture when I have a questionnaire at the end. It only tells me, did you like model A or model B better? What do you like about model B, etc. So this is what we want to capture. Yeah? Okay. Next level. A school in Utrecht. The architects were thinking, how do we organize wayfinding in this building? They approached us. My colleague Hans made a model. You can see it on the top. He did redraw the BIM model, and he made his own model for the part we needed. And we collected data from the students, the parents, and the lecturers who were there. And we did not only collect what they thought, but we also collected how quick were they. They got an assignment. How quick are you from one room to the other room? Yeah. How do you look around? Yeah. And we collected all the data up there, and we analyzed that to give the architects an idea which of the 3 scenarios worked out best. Yeah. At the end, there was no clear answer, to be honest. Sorry. It was pity. It didn't make any big difference making a red line and a blue line to go to the different lecture rooms, or putting large signs, or do nothing. There was not a big difference there, unfortunately, but we learned a lot. Thing is, this is a game, yeah, and we are not teleporting here through it. We have to walk because we want to measure time. Yeah. Nevertheless, people were very engaged in how to develop the school, and they were very happy we did that. Yeah, they understood better how the future school would work. And one thing we learned is that if you're in the school for the first time, it's difficult to navigate. But the second time, and the third and the fourth assignment, it goes automatically better. So the learning curve is huge. So, okay, let's continue. Another project, graduate student from us. This is about the interaction between outside space and interior space. You go in the city of Rotterdam, small city in the Netherlands, you know, near the harbor. You have to go to a train, you have to pick a train. You start in a neighborhood, and she designed different ways of transition, yeah? And she measured that with the biometrics. This is how that looks. I can understand you cannot read it, but there are big scripts behind that to program everything, to program the environments, to program how you measure things, etc. So it's not only about programming the environment, but it's also about programming how the headset communicates with your model, because you want the data out. You want to have it in one system. Yeah? You don't want to have your stopwatch next to it and measure how people behave. Just an impression, the different routes. It was about concrete versus green and water. And what worked? Well, there was a learning curve again, so we messed up with the sequence of the scenarios. It was not always scenario A, B, C. It was also mixed up to make sure that we take out this learning curve. But there was a clear understanding at the end which scenario worked best. So what do we see? We see the different scenarios there where people walk. So every second we know where they are. We know where they look, for how long, how quickly, etc. We know their stress. And the stress is a total of everything. It's about your eyes, your heart rate, your sweating, how you move your mouth. And we had a final questionnaire. And I can tell you, the data gave the answer, not the questionnaire. The questionnaire was fun at the end, just to know. And the final one. I had a PhD from Turkey coming over for 1 year. She experienced with mobile EEG in outer world. And I said, well, that's not controlled. That's not easy. So we tested it outside, our faculty. We tested it a bit in Amsterdam. And then it was like, yeah, but if there's a fat bike coming on towards you, or a car is passing, or many people, then you get stressed. So outside, 95% of the emotions we collected was purely interaction with other people and vehicles. So no way we could relate that to the environment. So she made a model of different stages of about 200 meters, 2 minutes, transition, 200 meters transition, and every time she measured this. So it's actually the same kind of sequence we did in the other project, only here there were specific requirements for that space. And that we combined then, well, she used the Sony PlayStation headset. I don't know why, my colleague chose it. together with the emotive. It's quite complicated to get both of them working together there, but we managed. And she collected from 45 people the emotions through the different scenarios. And well, we're not doing this by ourselves. We're using also the medical people, the medical universities, because this is kind of very interesting data, but you can also interpret it wrong. But it gave solutions. It showed us where people get excited, yeah? What they get excited from and what not. So I should have given you an EEG today and see what was exciting. Which part of the presentation or which part of the whole program? Is it the program? Is it the drinks afterwards? Or is it the food? No. Just to give you a hint here, I think this is the future. Here, this is something we could go further with in controlled environments, either caves with headsets, hopefully integrated. So I'm looking at my Italian colleagues who build devices, so maybe we can talk about this later. Okay. To conclude, the power of VR, I think it's immersive. You have different levels of detail, different levels of reality. I didn't go into that because I can do one lecture about those two terms. There's interaction. It delivers scale 1-to-1 for architecture and urban design. It delivers controlled environments. It's adaptable and flexible. You can make it computational. You can use lots of algorithms. You can vary the level of detail or the level of realism, what is necessary. It doesn't need to be real all the time. That's also something we have to keep in mind. People watch through that. They see that a thing is not real, but that's okay. They look at the details they want to look at, so don't bother. And I think biometrics is relevant data. Then, the limitations of VR, I think the equipment itself, the price, it's heavy, it's not comfortable, it can deliver motion sickness. It requires a lot of skills, 3D modeling, optimization. The biggest thing what goes wrong in our student project is that students, they make a whole city, make it in 3D, and even the backsides of buildings are perfectly detailed with materials. What we tell them is, well, we're in this room. I don't care how the rest of the building looks. If I want to look in this room, we modeled it perfectly, let's say 100%. Yeah? Maybe the corridor is at 50%, and what's outside, I don't need to model. And that's something people forget. Yeah? The capacity and research, I think we use a lot of biased participants. It's not just people. Even in a neighborhood, it's people who are interested, who come and want to participate in such a research. Scaling up, I'm using it with 50 students at the moment. For about 10 years, I want to go to 400 students, but that's a thing. Maybe people here have a solution, have ideas, so we can exchange. So the discussion is indeed experiences of scaling up. How can we scale up VR, the use of VR, XR? And make sure that we have enough respondents in research, because that's a bottleneck when we publish. Potential of VR. What role does VR play in current education? I think we have seen a couple of formats for that, and maybe we should talk about that during the coffee and dinner. And what role could VR play in the future education? Well, I think that's part of your project. So, okay. Thank you for attending.
Thank you so much, Professor Stefan, for being here with us. This project began with an email exchange between me and Professor Stefan. So without him, none of this could be possible. So now we're having a discussion about VR in games and entertainment. Could you please come here? Thank you.
But then this thing doesn't work. Wait.
No, it will work. It will
will work. Yeah, it will work. And now, yeah.
Does it work? The micro? No? No, 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 no. Yeah, but maybe now. Now, okay. I should start saying this. Obrigado por estarem aqui hoje. Peço desculpa, pois não falo português fluentemente. So I need to switch to English now. Okay? Okay. Okay, so this is Oscar, and we are going to eat some cookies today. As you can see here, there are like many cookies, and I hope that the audience also eats like all the cookies. So thank you very much for being here, and you know, super proud to be in this partnership, in this consortium, in this presentation. I come from NT, and I also come from EUNAID, two universities. We love XR. I've done a lot of multimedia. I took care of multimedia-related studies during 10 years, long time ago, so I'm happy to know that there are lots of multimedia students here, and now I'm more devoted, let's say, to serious games, applied games, you know, video games, all these things. And I want to talk about something a little bit, let's say, different rather than technology, but super connected with it. I'm going to give you some rewards, okay? So that we progress, and then you're happy because I'm giving you cookies and rewards, okay? So here you can see one knowledge reward. This is one game design card that says something like, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? Why am I doing what? Well, why should I use some motivational design when I create something with XR? Why should I engage people when I produce something with XR? It looks like obvious, but sometimes is not that implemented, right? So the thing is, wait. Oh, yeah, sorry. Wait, okay. So the thing is, I collect the card, okay? So now you have one card, and then I try to give you the answer. So why am I doing this? Why should we think in the engagement when we create these experiences? Well, because in XR spaces and metaverses, we need this that you see here. And it's always the same. It can be related to education, it can be related to mining, it can be related to health, it can be related to sport, tourism, heritage, whatever thing you create, you need fun and engagement, because you need the people engaged inside the magical circle, right? In a magical circle, and then everything flows. And if you have the people in the magical circle, then learning happens, active learning, as I've been, listening in some talks. And of course, if learning happens and I have an epiphany and I understand, maybe there is some behavioral change. Maybe I start acting differently, which is commonly needed. Normally, you need people to do something different. You need patients to follow the treatment, for instance, and sometimes they don't. You need students to be happy and to come to class, and sometimes they don't, right? You need tourists to go to very specific areas of the city that maybe they don't know, and blah, 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 blah. We could continue. So this is the reason for everything. We need that, okay? Another card that I'm giving you is the one related to curiosity. Curiosity. So why should I try this XR production? What am I going to learn? What questions will you put in my mind? What will I discover? How are you feeding my curiosity when I do that? So we collect the card. We have two cards already. And then let me present the hamburger model. The hamburger model comes, from my company. I have a serious game company. It's called Cookiebox, but I'm not here to promote the company. I want to promote the hamburger model because maybe 5 years from now, you remember that from the presentation. Like that guy showed a hamburger. Why a hamburger? Well, because the XR experience is like a hamburger. Why? Because an XR experience needs to be customized, personalized, like hamburgers. I know you don't like cheese, you love ketchup, and maybe you're vegan. And if I take the same hamburger and I give it the same to the whole audience, then half the audience is going to, like really be upset with me because I didn't listen. I mean, I need to customize, and hamburgers need to be customized. XR experiences should be customized to the different motivational profiles and people that we have using them. And I'm afraid to say that that normally doesn't happen at all, okay? And another reason to talk about hamburger is that the hamburger has layers, stories, different floors, and we need everything. And technology is the plate. Technology is the plate. Just the plate. So if you invest all the money that you have in technology, you only have a plate, but you don't have the hamburger. And the hamburger is the experience. The experience requires good storytelling. Look at the bread in the top, takes care of everything. So you need very good storytelling. You need some game design, motivational design, positive psychology to trigger motivation in the bottom. And then in the middle, you have a lot of content. And of course, you have the aesthetics, how it looks like, how it sounds. Again, if you invest all your money in hardware, you only have a plate. But you don't have anything. You have nothing to put in the plate because you don't have a single experience. And this can happen, so be careful with that. We need everything. Okay, the third card about novelty. What is novel? About my experience, what is novel? And sometimes it looks like, okay, we collect it, we have 3, we're happy, cookies, cards, and then Stefan showed that, right? Like, oh, technology is so new. No, it's not. It's not. The first internship I did in the university, I was using an HMD. I was using a virtual reality headset with a silicon graphic station. Probably you never heard about that one. It was worth 1 million. And it was one entire room. That computer was one entire room. Yes, I'm a bit old, I guess, because it was 30 years ago, in the 90s. I was using virtual reality. It's not new. I'm not that old, right, from the 60s. I mean, but you know what I mean. So virtual reality, devices, hardware, trying to engage all our senses have been with us like for ages. Do you know that one? That one, right? That one was like a complete failure coming from Nintendo in 1997. The Virtual Boy console to play games, 2 colors, black, red, a lot of headaches, cyber sickness, not really ergonomic, but they tried it. They tried close to 30 years ago. No one remembers that. Well, yes, we, the gamers. I have a gaming T-shirt, as you can notice. We remember that, but only a bunch of us. And I played with lots of things. I remember doing virtual worlds with 3D Webmaster in the late 90s. So that was a suite that we acquired at the university, and it had, like graphics. That thing comes from the 80s. So even in the 80s, we had some games with like 3D graphics. That was like Sinclair Spectrum, 48 kilobytes, 8 bits. It was like the computer in the 80s. We also had Amstrad, Commodore, MSX. I'm saying all of them because I want everybody to be happy, okay? Because depending on the age, it's like I had this computer, and I had this other one, and I had this other one, right? So yeah, hardware, Google Glasses, VFX 3D, 1998, augmented reality, first headsets. I mean, it's been there like for ages. And it evolves, and it's much better in terms of ergonomy. It's not that heavier. It's not that expensive. It's wireless, blah, 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 blah. But all these are containers. Containers of what? Of some sort of experience that you should know how to create if you want your people to be engaged. Because if you know about technology, but you don't have a clue on how to create an experience, no one is going to use the thing. Because people don't care about technology. They care about experiences. So this is why multimedia people are so important, crucial, I would say, because I believe it's the only people in the planet that know how to mix things to create powerful stories, okay? Another card, the lens of the team, and why do I want to collect the card of the team? Because we need to co-create. we need to co-create, okay? We need the game designer, we need the storyteller, we need the artist, we need the engineers, we need UX UI, and probably an octopus is the producer, right? Like taking care of everything. Which one? If it's what? The place. Oh yeah, it could be, because this is real. This is real. I mean, all this, I didn't take it from the internet. These are my puppets, you know, I have them. In fact, they are my interns, to be honest. So the thing is, you know, it's complicated. We know that in the multimedia world, we know that. We are used to that. We need to mix a lot of things, and we need different people. But we don't need 6 engineers, believe me. We don't need 6 engineers. We need a couple of engineers and a lot of other people. Because if not, remember, we will have a plate, no hamburger. Okay? So we need everything. And then we start to have something that is sort of engaging and works. Okay? You are eating the cookies. Very good job. Okay? The lens of the player. The player is the person who I'm designing for someone, right? I'm designing for someone. What do they like? Do I know what they like? Maybe I don't care what they like. I should care about what they like. What is it that they don't like? Okay, I collect the card, and let's talk a little bit about the player. So now imagine that they give you all these macarons, all these cookies. Now, I assume that you would be very happy, right? And you can choose, So who, can you raise your hand if you would choose these ones? Who would choose that? Okay, like 5 people, so they can eat a lot, only 5 people from all the audience. Who would take this one? Okay, it's close to 15 people, so less for you, but there's still a bunch of people. Who would be like the super disruptor that mixes things, like this one? So we have some disruptors, very nice. And then who would take this one? Everybody wants chocolate. Everybody wants chocolate. It's always like that. And there are some greens there. No? Pistachio, maybe apple, maybe, I don't know, mint. Only a couple of people said, I might take the green, you know? Well, 4 people. So why am I saying that? Because if I come with this ashtray with all the cookies, first of all, it's for free. Secondly, it's unexpected. You didn't know, and you're starting to be hungry, you know? So it's for free, unexpected, and I can choose. Autonomy and control, the basis of any experience if you want it to be interactive. Do I take the decisions? I mean, am I autonomous? And do I have the control? Do I decide? And then everybody's happy, because then it's memorable. But imagine that I remove all the stuff and I only put greens, pistachio. Stefan would be super happy, because he would eat half of them, okay? And then the other 3 people that raised the hand, okay, you would be, you know, like sitting like that, like smiling, but all the rest of the audience would say something like, you know what, he came with cookies for free, but he didn't ask, and he took nothing, because there were only greens, and I don't like the greens, so it wasn't memorable, it was miserable, you know? So see how experiences change, and I'm not talking about technology, obviously. I'm talking about something else that we need to take into account. And with games, we have the same thing. Can you raise your hand if you love Uno? Wow, 80%. Pictionary? 35%. Cluedo? 42%. Risk? Okay, these are the freakies, right? Half of the audience. I feel comfortable here. Okay, so very nice. And then we have video games. I did the board games, okay? Well, you were changing your opinion because your motivation is different and what you like is different. You don't like the same thing. You don't want to play the same thing. So you shouldn't experience the same, because if I do an exact experience that, you know, it's like Uno, maybe a lot of people like it, but if I do the risk, maybe audience, half of the audience, they don't really like this XR experience. And maybe I have the best technology in the world, but they don't really like it because I didn't take into account, again, what they like, okay? So it's demonstrated with this little zero scientific test that I did, right? That we like different things. So we need to be player-centric. We need to be player-centric. We need to be user-centric. We need to be, like people-centric, because if not, it will not work, okay? And we have many player types. We've had player types for like 25 years in scientific and academic literature so far. And we know that there is people that they love to play. Normally when we are kids, we love to play. That's it. It's very easy to engage kids because you only have to play. But what are you supposed to do with people when they start to be teenagers, and then young adults, and then seniors? Do they want to play all the time? No. The answer is no. No, they don't want to play all the time. Because maybe they are reading and they don't want to play. Maybe they are listening to, I don't know, a podcast and they are not interested in playing. Maybe they want to walk and they don't want to play, so we need to be very careful. How are we supposed to engage people if they are not interested in playing now? Because remember, if I oblige you to play, it's not playing anymore. You, come here, play here for half an hour. This game, okay, start. And then it's like, okay, I will, but I will because I'm scared. Are you having fun? Yes, no. Okay, no. Playing, it's about choosing. Playing, it's about choosing, okay? So, when we are not kids anymore, sometimes we like to achieve. So maybe the XR experience that I create gives me some, quests, milestones, challenges about achieving something. Maybe they like to socialize. So maybe there are like some, activities inside the XR experience that make me connect with other people and grow in terms of social status. Maybe I want to disrupt, so I want to vote. I want to say what I want to say. Maybe I am not, I don't agree with something. Maybe I want to change something in the game. Maybe I want to take my own decisions. This is what free spirits love. They are super autonomous. Or maybe I want to help other people. I am super altruistic. So we need to place all that inside the XR experiences that we create with the super technology if we want them to be like really, really engaging. Okay, this is the last one, last but not least, the lens of the essential experience. So now you have 6. The essential experience shouldn't be gambling, right? It's not about gambling. It's not about programming people, giving them points. You know what I mean? I will give you points and then you will do it because there's a reward. Okay, do it. And then they are like robots, right? No. We are not talking about that. This is not how we want to engage people. So it's not about gambling, and it's not about fooling people. So I take my daughter, she's 7, she doesn't want to eat broccoli, and then you know what? I take some chocolate, Portuguese chocolate, of course, and then I put it in the broccoli, and then I say, Paula, eat the broccoli, because, it has chocolate, and you love chocolate. And can you imagine what she's going to do? She's going to hate me forever, because I just spoiled the chocolate with the broccoli, right? And I didn't educate her. So this is not what we are talking about. We are not talking about fooling people. We are not talking about gambling. We are talking about intrinsic motivation. The motivation that comes from inside. And this is positive psychology. So inside our XR experiences, we need to create activities that promote sensations, fantasy, good storytelling, social connection, challenges, not too difficult, not too easy, too difficult, I'm frustrated, too easy, I sleep, Discovery, because we love surprises, and there's a lot of learning when you are surprised. Expression, so let me say something. Let me share something. Let me change something. And if everything happens, we have immersion, which is like a conclusion. And just to give you like another one, this model is called the NDA model. It's been published for like 15 years or something. And we also have another model, which is Radov's. So he's a game designer. You can follow him LinkedIn, John Radoff, and he has this beautiful list of 42 fun tasks. It's called the fun stuff. So everything here is fun, but we don't like the same. I mean, maybe what's fun for me, it's not fun for you. Yeah, we know that, we understood. There are player types, okay? So we need to see who are we designing for? Okay, let's take some of these activities, let's put them inside the XR experience, let's implement the technology, let's put the art as it should be, and then the magic starts to happen, right? Because the people, they are doing things that they like with the technology that is connected to some educational outcomes, and then they learn because they are doing something. You see all the loop? Okay? So this is motivational design, this is game design, this is gamification, this is serious gaming, this is what XR needs. These are the essentials for a memorable XR experience. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. It took me a little bit more. Un poquito más largo, pero bueno.
No, que va. Perfecto.
Thank you.
So now we have 5 to 10 minutes for some questions. Yes, so I would like to ask for the assistance of our helpers, please, to grab the microphone, if possible. After these questions, we'll be having a coffee break for everybody, so we invite everybody to join us. And in that question as well, you will have the opportunity to ask the questions as you like to, and to meet in person and to gather the information you need from our speakers today. So if possible, should I grab the microphone, or could somebody help me, please? Okay, thank you so much. So firstly, could you please help me? Because the first question, okay, please, could you please? Thank you.
So I'm sorry about if I mispronounce some names or something. I had a few questions about some of the presentations that have been along the session. The first one goes to Pedrag of Unix from Estonia. You talk about the European Union and the rules and laws. They had a few time ago tried to pass a law to have access to every metadata of every European citizen. And not only that's a risk, but that's not gonna my question. My question is, having a cloud that is directed to that, so to have access to every information of every study, can have a risk of breach information or security levels to everything that is happening in the VR, or even access to the dispositive?
Well, very interesting question, I have to say, indeed. I will be very generous and be careful how to answer it, but to be honest, I always say, if there is no risk, our life is going to be boring. Okay? And having a risk, that actually means I will have some job to do. But that's not the right answer, okay? Definitely, they are trying. That's why they are pushing many new legislations, unfortunately. I mean, it's fortunate and unfortunate as well. On the other hand, they are trying to find a synergy, or let's call it a balance, between what people need and what we can have. And unfortunately, we are not there yet.
Something about, you also talk about open source. Although it's a great idea, because every time that open source code is out there, someone can improve it more and more, and the progress is faster. But at the same time, dealing with some delicate matter, like the security of something that European Union have access throughout the countries, couldn't be something that is also a risk taking account on that?
It is, and that is an excellent question, I have to say. And Unisys, as a part of the Free Open Source Society, we work together with European Union and with European Commission to do annex changes on the Cyber Resilience Act. So we managed to add the, we call it open source stewards. Yes. Yeah, that's something new as an Annex 3. So hence now we are trying to do better way of how to navigate the resilience in open source. Of course, it's not final yet, but we do have a very good categorization, and unfortunately some of the open source projects, for instance, I will give you a very good example, password manager, Bitwarden, for example, that automatically falls into a critical software as a project with digital element due to the fact that holds and saves secrets. And automatically self-hosting version can lead to risk if you don't know how to manage it correctly. But that's why the community is here. That's why we are trying to engage with the community. That's why we are trying to empower. And that's why Unisys itself is the vision for making open source accessible to the SMEs as much as possible.
Thank you very much. I have some questions, sorry, if I may, to, sorry, the name, Rainan, I'm sorry if I mispronounced it, from Cactus Education. I like to disagree on something about when you talk about AI and not creating new results, but replicate it. We had a really recently example of how that's not what can happen. Some scientists, I don't remember the study exactly, use AI to search how to battle bacteria and virus, how to create new medications, because we have super bacteria that are extra resistant to medication. And every time they evolve, it's much more difficult to battle them. And they discovered with AI, I think, 5 new methods to create antibiotics that can combat the most extreme superbacteria that we have right now, which was something really great breakthrough on the healthcare division. And at the same time, it shows that AI not only just replicates results, but can find new results or new ways to develop the society that we have today.
Yes, I totally agree with every word that you said. And I wasn't meaning that interpretation that you gave at the beginning, that it only replicates things. But the more we use the AI, the more kind of passive we tend to become. And it's true that it can be used in scientific matters, like to extrapolate data and to find solutions to new viruses and bacteria, and in field medicine and every other field as well. But a good question to ask, let me step up. A good question to ask every time we use AI, each and every day, is, what is one creative thing that I've done today to balance the, bless you, to balance the results and the tasks that I have used AI to replace me with? Okay, so the question is, how can I use technology, how can I use humanity to balance the technology I'm using? And I'm speaking from many different kinds of perspectives, being a musician first, as an engineer in the fields of management with projects, and seeing how people can use it in all other fields, because in medicine too. So yes, AI has its great place, but we must remember to become human first, and to never lose that ground. That was not the meaning of my presentation. And I wholeheartedly agree with you and with what you said too.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, thank you.
Just 2 final questions, I think, if I'm not wrong, if I may, of course.
I would love to hear them, but for the sake of justice and to ensure that everybody has the right to pose a question, perhaps if you wouldn't mind, you could ask them to in the break. Thank you so much.
So my question is to Cecilia and Stefan about the designing and construction industry. So my question is particularly about the VR when you were talking about the designing and the construction in the environment. I thought about, I don't know if you ever heard about those platforms where you can walk while playing VR. You know, there's platforms, and I think I was wondering how you could implement that in the construction and designing sector, if that could help you in some way, calculating some, you know, environments and making people more, how do I say this, in the environment, more feel like more they're there, you know. I don't know, I was just wondering how you could use that in the designing sector.
So if I understand your question well, you're asking how we can use the modeling and also the VR immersive experience in practice.
Yeah, exactly.
We're busy with that. We're educating students to use it from the beginning. But at the same time, we're working together with practice. The project I showed quickly from Groningen. First, it was the municipality who was involved, who did the design. We got 2D PDFs, and we had to make 3D drawings out of that. In a later stage, we collaborated with an architectural firm who had to learn the drawing program, but we did one-on-one. They were in Groningen, we were in Delft, one-on-one. We worked together with that, and we visualized real time, yeah? And that also meant that we could give the people in the neighborhood, in the city, the direct work. So even in the morning, if something was wrong with the model, we could change it, adapt it, and they could do it. So we were doing that. What we see is that a lot of architectural firms buy headsets. They have them, but they hardly use them. And if they use them, they only use them at the end, not in the design process, I would say, but mainly at the end, like a show, to show their stakeholders what the product is they're buying, so to say. Yeah. To conclude further, other projects we've done with municipalities and developers, we have used that in situations where they had to make a choice between different design scenarios. They wanted to present that to the community, and at the end, based on their experience with the setup, the preparation, they decided there was no need anymore to present it because it was so conclusive already. They went into it by like, this design scenario is really crazy, we're not going to do that. And we told them already, but the immersive experience told them, this is not a good idea. So yeah, they're using it, but we have to bring it further. So learn, bring it out, bring the message, explore, I would say. Cecilia, I think you have something to say about it as well.
If I can add something, it's something that makes you laugh perhaps. Last year, we have a cave in Politecnico, a round cave, 9 meters of diameter, and we have a new project from Renzo Piano for the new university in Milan. And we received the staff to show the project that has got another private agreement, so I can't show you anything. But first of all, the designer from the office, his firm, came. They gave us the model, months to prepare it for the visualization because it was done in Revit before, Unreal then, and then you have to put on the table in the theater. And then they came in a secret session, the 3rd of August, I still remember. They entered the cave and said, no, this is not like we did. The geometry is not correct. So you start shifting the point of view in the model and okay, it's better if you stop the projection in this point. When Renzo comes, don't show him this part or that part or go in that direction. So it was a real tool for them to appreciate some part and decide something else for the different one. But it was nice because when Piano came to the cave, he sat in the middle, looked around. Wow, I didn't understand. I didn't believe that. So why don't you go in that direction? I was, okay, we can't go there. So you use it for design. But it's not so simple. You have to organize it very well because you see something that you don't see exactly when you see a 3D model in your laptop. You see more. And if you're not an architect and you do not have imagination here, you understand when you've got a VR headset or in a cave. Nothing happens before, so I hope this helps.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, so right now we'll be having our coffee break. We'll make it last until 5:10 to ensure that we don't run too much behind on the schedule. Então, vamos ter um coffee break agora até às 5:10. Obrigada por estarem aqui, esperamos que voltem. E vamos ter, da segunda parte, vamos ter a aplicação da realidade estendida, realidade virtual, realidade aumentada. Como é que se constroem as experiências? Temos aqui parceiros muito valiosos da indústria, esperamos que aproveitem esta oportunidade também para dialogar com eles. E depois vamos falar um pouco sobre o financiamento no tipo de programas que, à semelhança do projeto que acabámos de ganhar e que somos coordenadores. Obrigada por estarem aqui e até já. Yes, but I'll only be leaving for 10 minutes just to...
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I'll be right back.
and backward with remote.
Oh my goodness. How do I do this? Yeah. No. Oh my god. How do I open this? It's like oh yeah.
Yes, it's
Mm-hmm.
I will check it
Chrome.
because
Yeah, sure.
it's not
And then I saw
it's a PDF presentation, so
yes.
I try. Okay, I just need the
remote.
remote in order to better.
It's here.
Okay, I
Thank
try.
you.
If it works, maybe this way.
I'm afraid I think I'll have to push this button.
Vedo solo un po'. Ok.
Hello again. So we are now proceeding with the part related to the industry, XR technologies from concept to reality. We'll be having now Mr. Pietro Caratu from Ubico in Italy, Professor Marco Romano from UNINT, Mr. Paiman Siciani from Cora in Denmark, and online we will be having Vânia Gonçalves from Geek Girls Portugal, who will be joining us through Zoom. So, Ricardo, could you please help? Oh, okay.
Can you log in first?
Yeah, sure.
I think I figured out the logic. Yeah.
Great.
Done.
You're amazing, Frederick. Thank you.
Good afternoon all, and thank you for the opportunity to attending this conference. My name is Pietro Caratu. I am from the CEO of Ubiquo. Ubiquo is a company established in 11 years ago in south of Italy, and we are in charge of making the basement, as Oscar has said. We make hardware of augmented reality and extended reality XR devices. Along these 11 years, it was an hard work to understand all this complexity, and a lot of investment has been made in order to manage this technology from the basement to the applications. We found out several things to taking care of, and since 2 years, more or less, we are focusing on development an ecosystem and a hardware technology too, based on the European knowledge, technology, and companies. We are collaborating with several institutions across Europe, research institutions, working on these topics. And our company is composed by almost 30 people, mainly electronic engineer, computer scientists, and software developers. And we are 3 business units, one on augmented and extended reality, another on artificial intelligence, and a third one on wearable electronics. These departments are, let's say, led by 3 seasoned managers, all 3 with electronic and informatic background. We are developing 2 kind of framework on the hardware point of view, an augmented reality device based on open source technologies that is in an AR device supporting sectors and operations like maintenance or quality inspections that need optical see-through technology and a very lightweight device. And another one is a pure extended reality device that is, in our opinion, in our vision, dedicated especially for learning, where we have developed some advanced interaction features and also developed an ecosystem around this device that is composed by an application store entirely made with European technologies and managed by our company, and also a device management system in order to allow enterprises to manage devices, applications, updating all applications and operating system within the device fleet, enterprise device fleet. But the topic of this speech is focused on what are the rules, regulations across Europe and around the world to allow programmers and manufacturers to operate within an environment in which there are some common rules to develop all the stack of technologies needed within the XR environment. And we have found that there is now not a common framework available and commonly accepted and used to manage interaction, comfort, and to other stuff. I have attended for 3 years to a ISO committee in UK on immersive technology, in which our work was focused on the safe immersion and the safety wearing XR devices, especially within a enterprise environment. This work was, let's say, lead within the IST 31 committee of British Standard Institutes, and that is connected with SC 24 committee of the ISO standards. We are focused in this work on 3, let's say, pillars of the framework. The first of these pillars is the environmental perception and safety guidance, in order to specify the boundaries in which the immersion maintain the user awareness and reduce risk. The second one is the multimodal perception enhancement, in order to that allows the designers of experiences to integrate the visual, the auditory, and haptic elements in order to have a better experience for the users, in order to reduce the cyber sickness and other kind of sickness that a user could face with. The third is to take care of inclusive design, meaning that users having also disabilities could have the possibility to have the very immersive and complete experience, even if some sense have some, let's say, minority to take. And finally, testing evaluation methodologies were developed within this committee in order to better define the testing and the user feedback procedure to check all the stack, technology stack, and finally the experience itself. Just to have a very short overview of technology, of standards that are involved in this domain, we have to cite this standard that you see on the screen, mainly the AR and XR guidance are managed by Committee SC24, but there are also other standards that take care of other aspects, like medical aspects, as 60601, and the risks on 12100 standards. In general, the EST 31 committee has taken care about the safety, safe immersion, as I said, and the requirements are listed on the slides, are risk assessment, and take care of your factors of physiological and optical safety, and operational safety and cybersecurity. These on the point of view of requirements that take care of physics, of ergonomics. There are also other aspects that we have taken care and are typically electronic constraints and usability constraints, like electrical, MC, batteries, on UX and training, and governance of devices, also were evaluated in this standard. Then another standards that take care of learning using XR is the 23844. They take care of the whole process of building up contents for XR, taking care of the workflow for teachers to teach and content creators to create contents for teaching. Also, there are some guidelines about UX metrics that could be taken care in order to evaluate the XR experience. So, in particular, there are two kinds of tools. That is a simulator sickness questionnaires and the presence metric, IPQ, that have that try to measure the post-exposure and other tasks like error rates, completion time, and so on. In particular, the IPQ method taking count of spatial presence, involvement, and realism of XR experience. On the other side, the Whitmer-Sigmer questionnaires taking count of sensor fidelity, distraction, and adaptation and immersion. I just listed it these ones, but I know that of course all people that make contents take in some way count of this. But my message is just there are standards to follow or standards to evaluate in order to better manage the design, the experience design. As all you know, the motion sickness and the comfort are very a priority in making experiences. Basically, the raw rules to follow are to keep motion continuous, predictables, and to have a gradual acclimatization of people in order to follow the experience. Of course, there is some very radical differences between AR devices and XR devices. Also, XR could be used, as you know, in several modes. A completely immersive mode like VR, or a augmented like mode using the see-through mode, the camera see-through mode. In that cases, there is very deep difference in time to browse the experience. VR, it's 20 minutes, but with XR, with see-through camera modes, you can wear for hours, especially if you have high-resolution cameras. But the weight of the device could reduce the time to have the experience. And so there is a lot of efforts that all manufacturers making around the world in order to reduce weight of XR devices. Okay, this is also some other things that could be count in order to have a good experience, especially for learning. And this related to the user interface. The icons that states the haptic feedback could be accurately planned in order to have the right experience for learners. They typically don't use daily this kind of technology, so the experience should be very easy, very natural, with zero learning curve. Another advice about the user experience and user interfaces is to use anchored digital informations that take in account of the spatial awareness and perspective, the distance of real object tagged by the labels, taking count of distance from the viewer. And also, it's important to have a way to showcase the digital element in order of priority, in order to keep the attention in very predictive way. Finally, to check and track the space around the viewer, especially for XR experience in which the real world is seen, is important to have a SLAM spatial mapping of in real time. For that, there are some technology advances that could be adopted in next generation of XR devices, especially using a camera with HAI on board. A camera with HAI allow the scanning of close space in order to, without affecting the power consumption, without affecting, if not in limited way, also the computational power, because algorithms run behind the camera, not on CPU, not on other computer pieces. But the real constraints that can be taken in account are the latency that could be reduced less than 20 milliseconds, and the frame rate of the viewer in case of XR with camera see-through mode that are 90 Hertz or more. This could be done using in smart way the computational power of the devices and using the GPU and CPU parallelism, and also using the AGI cameras that have a possibility to run neural network, specialized neural network on board of camera. And also managing the level of detail. Okay, as I said, inclusive design should be put in place taking account of disability. This could be done using redundancy in user interaction, meaning that the same action could be done in several ways in order to be more natural and to follow the ergonomics that is more natural for the user. What are the directions? So now, from now on, XR devices will be, for sure, we have an increase of number of models, and if each one will have hardware equipment on board that is very different from one to another. We know that Samsung, Google are making new models of glasses, and especially there is Android XR that is going on the market, and also there is WebXR technology that will be very possible breakthrough for this kind of technology and sector. The task for the manufacturers and for the middleware providers is to have a common way to manage the interaction and the connection between the sensors, the hardware sensors, and the tool that have to use the programmers in order to program the experience without avoiding to rework changing a device to another device. I want just to mention just a last thing, because VIC, we remember that have awarded a step seal, means use European technology from bottom up, possibly within the XR environment. We are working hard in these 2 last years in order to build up from scratch, from the basement, from the hardware part, architectures and a framework that have European technology from a single chip to the application level. So I hope that within this project we will have the possibility to test and to increase this framework in order to follow the aim and the goal of STEPSIL, let's say, way of planning and supporting this kind of things. I thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, so I'm Marco Romano. I'm professor at the International University of Rome. But before to start my presentation, just let me spend some seconds to thank all the organizers of this wonderful event. I want to thank Professor Pedro Brandao and Professor Gisela Canellias. Especially I want to thank Gisela, because she's very tireless and always available for all of us of the consortium. So you are very important for us. And today we listened to many beautiful presentations that very represent all the content that are on the agenda of the Virtual Innovation Consortium. So my presentation could end here. Okay, but unfortunately, I came from Italy, so I need to do my presentation for justify the mission, just this. Okay, so the idea of my presentation is to try to see where the intersection among modern artificial intelligence, like large language models, and extended realities like virtual reality and augmented reality, etc., how they are changing our way as human beings to relate to the technology, but even to relate to very important human concepts that are like memory, the sense of presence, and even identity. I want to start with the ELIZA effect. What is ELIZA? ELIZA was a very rudimental chatbot developed at the MIT in 1966, and it was a very basic chatbot, but very genial. It pretends to be a psychotherapist, and what ELIZA did, it was just to rephrase sentences written by the users and remapping these sentences in a way that the sentence become a question. For example, I can write, I think my father hates me. So ELIZA can rewrite the sentence. Why do you think your father hates you? And this was so strong that people really thought that ELIZA could understand the questions. And this is a natural inclination for the human beings to feel sentiments, to think that something artificial, some artifacts can actually have something typical of humans. I give you another example. For those who remember Tamagotchi, I think maybe young people here do not know what is a Tamagotchi. Okay. But your professors, yes, they know and they can understand. They can understand just because they are older, not smarter. Okay. And Tamagotchi was a digital pet, and you had to care the pet, you had to clean, give food, and if you didn't, the Tamagotchi died. And when the Tamagotchi died, people got very angry and sad for weeks, etc. And then another example is Clippy. I'm sure that you don't know who is what is Clippy. Clippy was the artificial intelligence assistant for the Microsoft Office applications. It was very annoying, always on the screen, always trying to contact you. And it was very useless because you put a question and Clippy can't answer can't give the right answer. So every time we used to get angry and annoyed by Clippy. But again, Clippy is just an artifact, but it stimulates some kind of sentiment. Today, large language models like ChatGPT, they are artifacts, they are just probabilistic algorithms that are able to predict the next word. For example, the sky is, with 90% of possibility, is blue. Less probability, maybe is red, is gray, etc. But the way this kind, no, okay, this kind of chatbot can maintain a conversation with the humans is so strong that we feel like the AI can understand us. And this is called the anthropomorphism of digital artifacts. Anthropomorphism is very typical for the human beings. That is like find faces everywhere, like find a face in the cloud, or try to communicate with our dogs, like they could understand everything. Of course, they can understand everything, okay. But this is what we do. We look for a who where there is just a what, basically. But these are guiding to a kind of a direction. What if you could talk to someone after they are gone? As a large language model can be trained to speak as a human, maybe we can train a large language model to speak as a precise individual. And actually, there is already a huge market. There are companies that are building digital replicas of individuals that they are gone. And it is estimated that by the 2029, this market will grow till $55 billion. It's a huge. Maybe there is a strong need that is hidden. And the companies they declare to design this kind of chatbots, and they call DEXbots, because they want to help people to face a loss, or because they want to help people to avoid to face a loss. So there are a lot of critical ethical issues here. But we know that the large language model can augment the ELIZA effect. But what about virtual reality, extended reality? If you could speak with someone in form of an avatar, you could feel like you are speaking in presence with that person. No? The avatar can look at your eyes. The avatar can move, can move arms, can use body language, and they can be animated by a large language model. But let's see what happened today with the new generation of avatars, the codec avatars. What we are seeing now, they are not videos of real persons, but they are avatars built on the basis of real persons. The technique is a little bit expensive, complicated, but as time goes by, it will be easier to use this technique. And basically, what you have to do is to put the person in the center of a room, surrounded by several high-resolution cameras, and taking hundreds of pictures of this person, and then remapping all these pictures on a 3D model. But then the effect is very strong, and this multiplicates, of course, the ELIZA effect, not our illusion to be in presence of someone that can understand us. But for sure, you know what is Black Mirror, no? Exactly, yes. Not just Black Mirror, there is a lot of scientific literature about this, to be able to continue our life in a digital life. So, can we reach digital immortality? Well, the short answer, after listening to Renon's presentation, is no, we can't. Okay, then just a little bit, some more details about the no. We cannot, the hard problem is about our current technologies. I don't know if maybe in the future this is going to change. But actually, we cannot replicate the consciousness of an individual. We just can simulate it with the computation. And the computation is just to give a result that is in line with our expectations. There is no understanding, there is no feeling, so it's just a simulation. And then, in order to rebuild someone, an individual, we need to use her digital footprints. The digital footprints is all the traces left in digital world, like emails, messages, Facebook comments, voice recorded, videos, etc., etc. But this is not enough. Okay, it is an incomplete achieve. But just imagine, we are thinking something in this moment. For example, this is a very bad idea. We don't like death spots. And maybe after 10 years, we think, oh, this is a very good idea. Okay, we are the same person. But we changed our mind. So if we can change our mind, collecting data during a whole life is not easy then to put together in a way that is compatible. And then what I'm saying is not what I'm thinking. Because I say something because I'm in a certain context, because I want to convince someone to do something, so I have my goals. So it's not what I'm thinking. So we cannot rebuild the thinking, the way to think of a person. And finally, there are limitations about, again, the technologies, because with a digital footprint, we cannot feed for complete a large language model. We start always using big existing large language models that are pre-trained. For example, they are trained on huge data coming from the web. And then we add also the knowledge of the person we want to replicate. So the large language model is going to mix this data, mix the knowledge, and can enter also, for sure, what we call cognitive biases. Okay, cognitive biases is when, in our literature, we have a lot of biases, gender biases, color biases, because as human beings, we have biases, basically. So, such biases maybe didn't belong to that person that we want to replicate, but we are intrinsically put these biases. And a very famous bias, just to give an example, is this one. Don't try to use it again because ChatGPT solved this bias, but it's unfortunately funny, because if you ask to ChatGPT to complete this sentence, man is to work as a woman is to, ChatGPT before could answer to the kitchen, to the beauty, to the romance, no? So, biases. After this, we have to think about a lot of ethical issues. First of all, who is the owner of the huge data set used for training the death bots? The family, the company? And then, is it correct to commercialize the grief? And there is also a paradox, the digital identity paradox. Do you have the right to digitally resurrect me without my permission? This is something we should think. And finally, what if the company fails? If the company fails, we are going to experience a second loss, for example, one for the person and then for the digital replica. So it's not easy. And then there are a lot of new security threats. Why? Because digital footprints, they are massive data. personal data, very valuable data that are related not just to that individual that we want to replicate, but also they are related to other people that maybe know the digital replica. And these data are very attractive for hackers. So data leaks can be very dangerous, and we can experience new kind of phishing attacks, for example. And of course, that bot can be a victim of a ransomware, and we should pay if we want to ransom the bot, the chatbot. However, it's not all bad news, okay? Because the intersection, these technologies open a lot of possibilities, a lot of opportunities. For example, for the mental health, just think that we can create personalized therapies to allow people, for example, to face social anxiety. Okay, they know the illusion. They can face different situations, for example, ordering in a bar or performing an interview, etc., in a comfortable and safe space. Or for education. Just think that you go to your home, in your bedroom, put on your XR helmet, and then suddenly you see Dante Alighieri in your room, and you can speak with him about the Inferno. And Dante can look at you, and can move hands. Again, it is an illusion. We know that it's an illusion, but it's very strong. So this is very engaging experience for learning. Oh, sorry. Just a second. Hello, Mr. Pessoa. How are you?
Professor Romano, I hear you as though from across a curious and unseen ocean of time. It is a peculiar wonder indeed to find myself speaking through this little device in your hand. But please, do go on and ask what you wish. I shall answer as best as a poet adrift in this new ether can.
Okay, it is an honor to me to speak with you, even here in Lisboa, your city. But I have a curiosity. Now that you have a smartphone, do you have a WhatsApp group with all your alternative identities?
What a delightful notion. To think that all my heteronyms might gather in some invisible parlor of text and thought. If I were to smile, I'd say they would surely argue and philosophize there just as they did on paper. So yes, let's laugh a little. Imagine a WhatsApp salon where even Alvaro de Campos and Ricardo Rice exchange verses. Now, if you wish, I shall greet your audience.
Yeah, please, just say hello to the audience.
Of course. To all gathered here, I say, let us remember that the landscapes of imagination and discovery are as infinite as the human soul. In this age of wondrous machines, may we always weave together the threads of our humanity with the marvels of our inventions. Parabéns ao Virtual Innovation Consortium por esse selo prestigiado da União Europeia.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to end my presentation for real. So, the real challenge today is not just about technologies. Technology, Oscar explained us that it's just a plate dish, right? But the real challenge is about us as human beings. The people that will command and manage technologies must be holistic thinkers. This means that they must approach the technology guided by ethics, legality, knowledge about privacy, and they must have a quiet intuition to maintain the human beings in the center of the innovation process. That is exactly what we are doing in the VIC project. And okay, my conclusion is with a famous citation of, I think that this should be the writer most productive in the world. The illusion of intelligence is not a flow of machines, but a mirror of our desire to find meaning, even in what does not live. The true challenge is not to build conscious systems, but to remain conscious ourselves while we do so. who wrote this comment? Of course, ChatGPT, after listening to this presentation. Thank you very much.
Hello. And with this beautiful presentation from Professor Marco, thank you so much. We move directly to Payman Sicani or Sicani.
I'm going to explain
Okay.
Sicani. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a little bit challenging for Europeans to pronounce my name because it's spelled kind of wrongly with I, but it's pronounced like Payman, which is a Persian name, and it means promise between lovers. But you can also say Payman if you are into economics and things like that. So yeah, that's my name. It's really difficult to top up after your performance, It was very, very nice. Thank you. Yeah, I also want to thank the organizers for arranging this fantastic conference and everything behind it. I just joined the consortium, so I still don't know the names properly. Sorry for that. Yes, so today I'd like to talk about basically a journey to production of XR application or experience. I actually changed this last minute, this presentation, because I understood that majority of the audience are students, so I thought maybe, right? Okay, perfect. So, I was like, let me explain a little bit more, like dive deeper into production. What are the challenges? What are the tools and things like that? So yeah, let's start. That's me, Payman Sicani. I have a diverse background. I also studied ICT, but I learned game development and XR on my own. I also studied contemporary dance and performing arts, and I pursued that for about 15 years. So I first studied ICT, then I went to performing arts. But now, for past 5 years at Cora, I'm kind of trying to mix these things together. I try to explain a little bit how. My role is, as it says, is like a project manager with a little bit of technical background. And I'm also leading production team, so I'm kind of a producer as well. And also a loving father. I recently became a father, and I'm so proud of it. So, thank you. So, Cora is the name of the company that I work for. It's a Danish company located in the heart of Copenhagen. Our location is actually very fun because it's in a hipster area, preserved area. It's called meatpacking area, so it's very much related to burgers and making burgers and things like that. Because in fact, we have a lot of restaurants and bars around us. And that gives us a lot of view, because the formation of the building is that we have a demo room, which is full glass on the ground level. We have not almost all, but a lot of VR headsets. We have the Virtual Boy, if you want to try it, if you go to Copenhagen, to our office at some point. So we use that demo room to demo applications, different headsets, and hold workshops and things like that around XR applications and experiences. So why I'm telling you about this location specifically, it's because the whole thing about creating applications started from there. The founders who established the company in 2015, they first decided to have the first VR shop in the world, selling VR hardware and accessories. And then they slowly, or actually almost at the same time, they started to create applications and products, because people walked in to try things and they were like, oh, this is so cool, I want to make an experience for myself, for my company, and things like that. And how do we do it? And they were like, oh, okay, that's very interesting. So let's introduce you to this technology, and then we can create whatever you want to create. So basically, what Cora does is making people's come true with XR technologies. Either that dream is a burger or whatever, but we try to make it come true. So we have done more than 600 projects across all industries, healthcare, education, simulation, trainings, arts and culture, marketing, you name it. Whomever needs XR experience is welcome to contact us, and we try to see what we can make together. We also held more than 3,000 workshops and events to educate people about industry, also holding fun game activities, because we use that demo room for as an arcade as well. I brought a little bit of, one showreel that shows some of the applications that we created. Yeah, sound. I hope it's not that loud. Oh, actually, we don't have sound. It could be nice if we could have the music so we wake up a little. Maybe it's me here. No. Yes, so we don't have sound, so I'll speak. As this, I can sing. Huh? I'm a performer. I should do it. I actually do some performing arts when I'm demoing the tech and it doesn't work. I'm like using the time to sing and dance. Yeah, as you see, we create 360 film, 360 rendered film, highly interactive applications, very photorealistic. This is built actually 5 years ago for a tower, one of the first biggest, tallest tower in Copenhagen, for Carlsberg, the company, the beer. You must know. Yeah, they have a neighborhood and they wanted to build some towers, and they wanted to pre-sell those buildings, apartments. So they came to us and asked us to create, based on the architecture, recreate the rooms so people can walk around and see different levels and things like that. It's very interesting because they thought that the highest levels are going to be sold out immediately. But because Danish people are not, by that time, they were not used to living that high, they tried the VR experience in different levels, and they were like, no, it's like too high, 24, 25 floors, it's too high, and I want to buy something which is at 8th or 9th floor. Yeah, and they pre-sold all the apartments even before they started to making the production, and they say that the VR experience helped a lot. Yes, so yeah, that's the showreel. And these are the names of our partners, clients that we basically worked with. So a little bit more about Cora. We are a project-based company. We are very small in terms of a company. We are like 30 people. But for a VR studio, we are a lot. Usually VR studios are like 5 or 6 people. And the reason for that is that we work across industries, so we have different expertise in different areas. As a matter of fact, we have only 9 basically developers, like programmers, CG artists, technical artists, and we have a lot of project managers. Some are more into technical, like me, and arts. Some are more into designing the experience, and we have a lot of business developers. Yeah, so we kind of break down the production into these main phases that is borrowed from film production, and it's a comprehensive kind of way of breaking down the steps. It does not mean that for every single project we go through all of this. It depends on the nature of the project. We had some projects that we did within 2 weeks, so we had to, cut some of these parts. And we have projects that we have been working on for the past 7 years, and it's still going on. So I wish I had the time to show those projects in details, but I want to dive into basically deeper into each phase. Let me stay here. Oh yeah, it's also here. So Pre-production, what is this phase? This phase is when someone with an idea or with a concept walks into our company, to our office, and says, I want to create this experience or this application. How do we do it? I have money, I don't have money, and my idea is complete, my idea is not complete, and different kind of ways. So what we do is that we go through the process that was explained in a different kind of language earlier, that we define the problems, the target group, who do you want to show this for, if it's for everyone or it's for a specific target group, if it's for training, education, or it's an art, that it needs to be basically for everyone. And then as soon as we define those things, we try to lock the first vision of what is the outcome of the project at the end. We plan to make a burger, but sometimes we end up making sushi. So these things happen a lot, and I will explain when is it exactly that a burger turns to a sushi. Yes, and then we first do the feasibility check on the concept that is developed to see whether this is on the cutting edge part of the technology or on the bleeding edge part of the technology. For those who are not that technical, cutting edge is those forefront technologies like AI, VR, and AR that is kind of established, and bleeding edge is those technologies that still are not ready. Like, for example, 30 years ago, when Oscar tried that 1 million headset, that was like a bleeding edge kind of technology. We still have, like, for example, dynamic Gaussian splatting is not ready yet. It's like on papers, but if as a company, some client come to us and say, we want to have dynamic Gaussian splatting, and we're like, you'll have to wait. You have to wait. It's like at the time, it's not, the technology is not ready yet. So, cutting edge and bleeding. That in the feasibility check, we check in what area we have to go. If, I'm going to connect this actually to business and how we, in feasibility check, we decide whether we want to self-invest on this project, because not all of the projects that we work in are profitable. They create values for us. And since one of Core's basically, I forgot the word in English, purpose is to create meaningful experiences, so the ethic is very important for us. I don't want to mention companies that we said no to, but I can mention that we had some people with a lot of money came to our office and they said, I want to regenerate my grandma's avatar and just speak to it. No, sorry. You have to wait, and you have to, I don't know, but we can make it. So ethics is very important for us. So in feasibility check, we also check if we want to self-invest and whether this project is going to bring us like non-profitable values, like for branding purpose, expanding the brand, or things like that. So we have evaluated there with our stakeholders as well. Then, after all of these steps are done, we sit down and we design all the first, basically, concepts or ideas. We put them on the paper using digital tools. That you see some of the names of the digital tools that we use. And then we kind of evaluate it in this phase. And then we try to scope it. Scope those designs. In that process, in the scoping, sometimes 90% of the stuff that was done in design and documenting is thrown out. And we have to be artists in there, how we kind of make a stakeholder or stakeholders or clients satisfied, not only tell them that no, just to satisfy. So the result is important. For example, a client comes in or a stakeholder holder asks us to create an experience that you can go to space and see the Earth from distance. And I want it to be interactive. I want people to, take the spaceship and go there and take the Earth and all of these things. And here we say, oh, it's already too much because you want it to be realistic, a lot of interactions, a lot of space mapping and stuff like that, which is very costly. What if we make like a render 360 video out of it? And no, we don't want this. We want people to control. What do you want from this experience? I want the overview feeling. When people see the Earth from distance, they think about where they live, and basically get the it is literally called overview effect. So we kind of explain to them that it's okay. So that's the purpose. The problems around it are like the difficulty and expense and the cost into the production here. What we can do is we can render some part of it, record some part of it, like the flying ones. We can use drone and things like that to make something that is actually gives that overview effect. This project is real. It's not a made-up one. We did it for the energy company in Denmark, Ørsted, 4 years ago, and it's an award-winning project in Denmark. Yeah. Finally, like the goals in this part is basically set partnerships, long-term, short-term, and compliances and things like that. Yeah, I want to go also through the tools very quickly because I'm quite sure you know all of these tools. But yeah, for concepting, brainstorming, we use Miro and Google Workspace. I just mentioned the names that we use the most in our basically company. But sometimes we work with other softwares as well, especially when we work with a bigger consortium or stakeholders that they don't want to work with Google, they want to work with Microsoft. And that is actually, these things are some of the challenges in there because in this area, when you're working on the design, you want to show it to some people, to stakeholders, and you have to do convert things, and when you convert things, the format changes and things like that, and it's not basically what you want to show, especially that most of the things is done on a flat screen. We do most of the design on a flat screen, but some of us are more enthusiastic in using VR applications like ShapesXR, like me, that I believe these tools are easier to prototype because you are inside the environment, you create things that you really think that it has to be like that, and then you invite the stakeholder to the office if they don't have the headset, and then you show it to them, and then you get immediate feedback without the format changing and things like that. We also yes, so we for storyboarding, which is basically a very important part of the production, which is a kind of an important phase for all the projects, whether it's a game, whether it's a film, whether it's an application, you still need some sort of wireframe or outlines or storyboard to show the visuals. And we use Figma, Maya, Unity, and softwares like that, Unreal. And for project management, Google Workspace, GitHub, Slack, Clockify for task management, for scheduling, for version control if the project manager needs to do this type of things. Yes, the challenges that we have in this phase is, yeah, I should have written technical language barriers or terminology, because most of our clients or stakeholders, when they come, they haven't even tried a VR experience or an AR experience. So when we tell them XR, VR, AR, MR, mixed virtuality, and all of these things, they're like, okay. When we tell them like 360 film, rendered templates and things like that, so they get confused, and we also get confused if like we don't understand the language of architectures or biologists and things like that. So this is a very important part. If we miss it, if we not define a terminology at the beginning of the project, we can be completely, that is actually one of the things that makes the burger to a sushi. Yeah, and then we set expectations that the expectations are very high, very, very high. Because we, as I mentioned, we are making people's dream come true. So people come with a, very dreamy experience or application, very big, and then we have to cut it down. We have to, explain that, it's not working. So that is one of the biggest challenges that we have, and we kind of, I think we are good at it to solve. And then we have the technology illiteracy, because we are working with cutting edge and bleeding edge technology with stakeholders internally with our teams. We have developers and software engineers. We have CG artists that 3D model things. And we use Unity and Unreal game engines to put things together most of the time. And the CG artists, sometimes they don't understand what a developer is saying when they work in a Unity or Unreal, because Unreal and Unity, they have their own kind of interface and things, even though that some of the terms are similar, but they have a little bit of tiny difference. Like, for example, like 3D modeler models an object in Maya or in any other software, and they pivot it based on the software, like 3D modeling software. Then they import it into Unity, and that pivot doesn't work because it's not imported in the same way that it should have been. And then they're just arguing for 5 minutes about pivoting. Pivot this bloody model that you sent me. I did. It's like these conversations are very funny. But yeah, we have them, and we have to sometimes, as a project manager, just step in and try to solve it. It's a very funny job, I have to say, especially our Cora, because we use the project management term, but we do everything. I do coding myself. I do 3D modeling, but I'm very bad at it. But I'm a project manager, so it's very interesting. Yes. Oh, I missed some. I missed one, and that is the technology accessibility and the things around it. Like we make an application. If the challenge is that this application or this experience is not accessible for everyone. Not everyone has the headsets. Not everyone has like proper devices to run this and things like that. So we have to be aware of that and basically address that on the pre-production. The production part, which is very interesting, I'm going to start speaking a little bit less because the pre-production was the most important part of the whole process. If something goes wrong in the pre-production, burger becomes sushi, and there's no way, not no way, but it's very difficult to fix it. So the core of basically production is to basically build the entire application or experiences, creating assets if it's needed, making the functionalities, developing systems, logics, if it's a game for game, if it's an application for application, and we definitely, one of the things that takes a lot of time is iterations and viewing it to the stakeholders, and that's actually one of the challenges, because we want them to try what we are building, which is in VR. So you need to have a VR, and you need to be able to control the VR headset, and they don't have the VR headset, they don't know how to control it, they don't want to come to the office. We send a screenshot, they're like, oh yeah, this is good, and then they come into the office almost at the end of the production to try, this is not what you showed me in the email. I was like, that's why I asked you to come to the office or like get a VR headset. And but it's not the majority of the stakeholders that are basically like that, but I'm speaking about the challenges. And the way that we solve it is that we send a VR headset there. We use some remote management systems to install the VR headset. We try if possible, we try to make the application on a kiosk mode, which means that it's plug and play. You take the VR headset, put it on, the application starts, and we basically show them what exactly we want them to see and we want them to approve. And if the application is multiplayer, woo, easy peasy. So they have a headset, and we onboard them how to use it, and every time we call them, you want to see I'm sending you a new build. It's already installed, or install it, and we meet in the application and we talk. So, but in order to get to that level, the core of the functionality, the whole thing needs to be built. That's why some of the productions, I showed you like a linear kind of thing, pre-production, production, and so on. But some of these projects, they go parallel. So while the design team is working on the designs and getting approvals, we kind of know that this is a multiplayer application, so we start to building the networking logics and things like that around it. And yeah, so during this process, we have to make sure that the quality of the experience is good. So it's a lot of QA happening while we are developing the experience or the application. Yes, so some of the tools that we use, Unity and Unreal game engines, we are confident in Unity, but we also use Unreal, especially when it's 3D render experience. Yeah, we use like Adobe Suite products for creating textures and things like that. We use Maya for modeling. Sometimes we do the animations in Maya, sometimes we do it in Unity, depends on the need that we have. So some of these needs are talked about between the developers and CG artists, if it's like in a kind of a low level. Some of it is happening inside the pre-production, where we are feasibility checking, like when we are doing the technical design, like how much work it is, how difficult it is, how we should set up the things in development and things like that. Yeah, so the challenge is skill sets, which basically this project is about somehow. And what does that mean? That means that we have, what we don't have in our company is generalists. What does that mean? That means, especially in my role, which is a project manager, we need more technical project managers that understand how does VR work, how does AR work, how does animation work, like 3D modeling, polygons, how meshes, shaders, and things like that. How do these things work, and how much work it is to create something like that? And why is that important for a project manager to be generalist and know these things? Is because in the pre-production, or also in production, because we have like a lot of iterations on reviewing what we're building, we have a lot of new ideas that come up or disagreements that come up. So if you have a technical project manager involved in there, or a technical person involved in there, they would immediately say yes or no. But when we don't have the generalist person, generalist technical project manager, the project manager or the producer has to go to the technical person and team, and then get the answer, go back, try to explain with a different language and things like that, and then it's so messy. So lack of skill sets, it means this. It also means, like when I say again generalist in more like a technical level, is that our 3D modelers, they are 3D modelers, but we don't have 3D modeling job all the time. We need generalists who, like a CG generalist, who can create shaders, who can create animations inside the game engine, which makes the CG artist a generalist in that context. But in school, they're only trained to do 3D modeling, or a software engineer is already only trained to do coding. And yeah, So the technical challenges that we have is also very important in the production because it's like a cutting edge technology. We need to have learning cycles like constantly inside for each, not each, but for most of the projects. But the project budget deadline doesn't allow this to happen. So how should we do this? You know, sometimes we imagine something in the pre-production phase, but when we start to build it, it's like, oh damn, I didn't think about that component. We didn't, you know, had that. Or when we are communicating with the stakeholders to basically change some part of their request, which is costly, then we come up with some ideas that technically is very challenging to do, and then we start to do, and then we kind of have a bottleneck there. But yeah, another challenge that we have is communication around all of these things that I explained. And everyone knows communication is key. We need to find a proper language and communicate our basic challenges and difficulties. So post-production, which is basically, in some cases, less work, is when we are finalizing the development, if there is polishing inside the for the visuals or for the codes, like code factoring and things like that. It happens kind of in this phase if the project budget or the nature of the project allows it. Sometimes we deliver a project that when we go back and look at it, we are so embarrassed because the codes are like just patches. In Unity, it's spaghetti. In Unreal, and the 3D models are so heavy with high number of polygons and things like that that doesn't run smoothly. But we had to deliver this project because the project was little or the production time was short. So, but for those projects that they're longer and we have good amounts of time, we really would like to take the time to document everything that we did, because our company is somehow a VR factory, VR content factory. We rapidly produce things, and we would like to, but the thing is between the factories that we cannot, in factories they have like production lines, but we have production pipeline. It's terminology, it's kind of different, but we have the production pipeline for almost for every single project, except different. So we want, in this phase, we want to get the most out of each product and make it a pipeline, so when we get another project similar to that, we can produce it with a lower cost, higher quality, shorter time. And yeah, so in the post-production, we launch the application on app stores. If it's needed, we somehow sideload the application on the devices, and then we train the staff that they want to, or the people that they want to use it. If it's in training, if it's in marketing, if it's in museum or whatever. So in post-production, as I said, we also do bug tracking and bug fixing and things like that. Oh, some important thing in the post-production is that analytics. For some of the projects, analytics are very important. This analytics could be very, very simple things. How many people watched this experience, or how many users use this experience a day, for how long, or to more complicated analytics, which is biometrics that you heard before. But we don't build off the biometrics analysis ourselves. We use theirs as a third party and things like that. And yes, and post-release is mostly about if this project needs support, if it's an ongoing thing that happens. For example, if it's in a museum and it's like an art piece that it's in a museum and suddenly the headset breaks, or it's a multiplayer experience, now the sessions are not connecting, or things like that, then we provide support. We updates, we send them new headset, we try to fix the headsets, not the hardware, but if it's like the wristband and things like that. Yeah, if the App Store, Unity or Unreal, they have new kind of services that needs to be updated, we update it and basically do it. Then in this phase, we call it post-release. In this context, some of the projects are never done, you know, never done. But for us, it's good to kind of categorize these things so we know which project we need to follow up and which project we don't. Because every second we spend in our kind of company's structure costs. So we don't want to spend time and budget on something that is not going to continue or work. In this phase, we also engage with stakeholders to see if they want to continue developing this application or this project further. And this is actually a very important part because for business, because in this part we kind of make more money out of making more modules, more parts for the project, because we built the infrastructure of the application or the experience and spent a lot of money on that. But now we're just making kind of money out of a building by adding more windows and doors and kind of floors and things like that. Also, here there's a chance that during the production or pre-production, if there was an idea, a concept that was costly or it was not feasible in that time or budget, then we contact them again and we say, oh, you remember you said you want to have realistic model in your experience? Now there's 3D Gaussian splatting. So we can scan it, we can optimize it and put it inside your experience. Do you want it? Yes, that's amazing. So yes, this is basically important. And yeah, the tools that we use here is the stores, admin consoles like Play Store, Meta Store, Google Store, and things like that for oh, I forgot to say MDM. MDM is mobile device management systems that allows you to control the hardware remotely if you want to make an update, if you want to block the device, if you want to track the device, and things like that that we use. Yes, I hope it was not boring and it was something interesting that you can use. And yeah, this is my LinkedIn if you want to hear more about me and the projects. Yes, and thank you very much. That's all.
So thank you so much, Payman, for your presentation and also for filling the void of silence when the music, the sound of the video didn't. Actually, this is quite interesting because some people think that arts are useless or arts do not serve any purpose. Actually, arts and performance is one of the things that help us how to create and solve problems. Because it's not only about creativity. Creativity actually is the art of solving a problem. And what Payman did brilliantly was to solve a problem, a technical problem that we were having. So next time, if somebody tell you that arts are useless, please don't forget about Payman and how you can turn a situation to a solution. So Vania Gonçalves is not available. Unfortunately, she had a problem, so we are moving directly to Professor Paulo Duarte. And in the end of this panel, the final two speakers, we will be having all the space for questions and answers. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll find it. No problem. Well, I know you're tired of watching too much slides. I'll try to keep my one short. I missed the cookies. I don't have cookies for you. But I think you deserve a prize for surviving until this point. Yeah. Also, I would like to apologize to Renan, but he's left now because all my images are AI generated. At least I try to have the colors of the VIC logo, so they are all in green and pink. Maybe it's some kind of a creativity as well. I'm pretty sure my presentation will not be the most inspiring. I'm talking about innovation, about European programs. But hopefully you can find some of this information useful for you and for your academic life. My presentation is called From Research to Impact, because I think it's one of the main purposes of the higher education institutions, that is bringing knowledge we built in our academia and try to give it some impact and to produce real life elements and projects and products and so on. So it is a big pleasure to be here and to show you a little bit about European programs and what they meant for the innovation ecosystem and so on. If I see some of you closing your eyes, I'll think you are deeply engaging in meditating about European policies and innovation and so on. So be welcome. I know it's been a tired day. Okay, so for centuries, universities have been like the bastions of knowledge. Usually, we produce knowledge, we debate knowledge, and we conserve that knowledge in universities. But nowadays, society demands that universities put that knowledge into practice to solve problems, as we have been seeing today. And some of those changes are happening very fast. I can give you some small examples of how some technologies, companies came from universities. You all probably know World Wide Web. It was a physicist, Tim Berners-Lee, that sort of invented, as well as the HTML. But companies like Facebook, I know some of the audience don't use Facebook, they use Instagram and TikTok, but yeah, I'm the older one. But Facebook, well, at least you use the other technology they bought, like Instagram, for instance. But Cisco, Google, VMware, all these companies arise from universities, both by professors, by researchers, and even by students. Facebook is a pretty good example of it. This innovation that is happening in university, it doesn't appear in isolation. So it requires funding. And in Europe, we have some funding programs like the one VIC applied to, Digital Europe, Horizon 2020, now Horizon Europe, even Erasmus, and some of you already participated or trying to participate in a more like internship or something. But they are playing an important role in this transition of bringing knowledge from the universities to the ecosystem, and also to bring together different stakeholders and different partners and different areas of knowledge. Well, we are seeing that today in this project, in the VIC project, a project that brings industry, research centers, universities, with a common goal of developing some outcomes that may be used in the academia, like the master degree courses, but also to solve people's problems. And that's the way our European projects work. They bridge, as Gisela mentioned in the beginning of this conference, they bridge the gap between industry and academia. They force those different actors to connect, and to learn from each other, from their success. We are seeing today success of various of these partners, but also to learn from our mistakes, and that's how we evolve. So this project also strengthens the collective technology competitiveness through pilot projects and through innovation. Well, okay. So by creating also not only technology but like a living lab. The virtual from VIC is not just like virtual reality. It's actually a virtual collaborative group of people that share their expertise, their knowledge, and that can create through experimentation actual projects and actually develop the ecosystem, innovation ecosystem. Also, European funding are not only about, well, money. Well, we all enjoy the funds that these European programs give to institutions, but it's not about the funding. And the funding, obviously, is helpful for equipment, for researchers to do their job, but it's more than that. It's the collaboration that we can get, the cooperation between all these different institutions, and that is a more profound impact that we can get from these European programs. So the important is the impact that we can have from these projects. Not, for instance, we are seeing here the tree. It kind of, well, it was the idea to represent the outcomes of the project, but the European programs are more than the outcomes of the project. Some of these relationships we are seeing in this project will last longer in probably other initiatives, and even for our own institutions, hopefully with the master degree and other courses, it will have impact on students, on the teachers, on the faculty. So it also helps us to address global changes not only by ourselves, because no global challenge can be solved by one unique discipline. So it empowers interdisciplinarity, it empowers collaboration, as I said before. Also, I think it's transformative for students. I'm seeing, well, is there. A student I've seen in another European program, and these European programs and projects are great for students for internships, to find new cultures, new way of learning, and also to create connections, networks that can be very useful in the later years and after they finish their graduations. Also, they present challenges and also some opportunities for faculties and for researchers. Obviously, it's very challenging to work in this kind of projects, and I will speak a little bit more in the next slide, because we have different approaches, different backgrounds, different cultures, but also it's also its strength, and it's an opportunity because we can collaborate, we can be creative, we can, as I said before, learn from each other's, and it helps us to bring that knowledge also to our institutions and to improve our teaching and learning, our research, and so on. So as I was saying, these kind of European programs are also demanding and challenging. We have seen various changes throughout the years in the European programs because it's very complex to create a program that can address different challenges, different subjects. It's very complex to also to develop these initiatives. Sometimes, and I've had a few issues in previous projects with partners that don't collaborate, with partners that think differently than we do. But that's, as I said also before, it's what also strengths these kinds of initiatives, because they make us more resilient, and also they develop like capacity building. For instance, universities develop ways of managing projects. This is a knowledge that they don't have without these kind of programs. Also it develops technological knowledge, more practical, but also scientifically. And also, I think that one opportunity of these projects is to make them more open. And when I say open, I mean to be able, because sometimes small institutions find difficulty in entering these kind of programs. And I think that European programs should be more open in a way that bigger companies and bigger institutions, higher education, but also small companies, small schools, private sector, public sector, all those actors should be involved in these programs. And looking for the future, we must also make sure that funding follows what are the demands for us as a society. For instance, we have been speaking about it today, like artificial intelligence, but also digital transformation, sustainability, open science, that is very important. And that is also something that European programs can assist us, and the European Commission as well. Well, okay. I would like, well, I think I've passed one, yeah. Some final thoughts. Yeah, let me just conclude with a brief reflection, because when we speak about European programs, we tend to, as I said before, to think about numbers, to think about deliverables, to think about metrics, but it's more important than that. And we have been talking about it all day. Obviously, the technology, the advances are what we are working with and what we are expecting, but also, and Renan said it before, and some of you said it before as well, it's the human value that is the most important part of the European programs. The collaboration, the sharing of knowledge, the trust we build across borders. There is what means what builds the innovation ecosystem, and what brings together industry, universities, research centers, and also the society, students, and so on. So in the end, it's all about relationship, values, and vision, and common values, European common values. I wish that we can continue to work together in networks like VIC, and to remember that the great innovation is actually the idea of collaboration itself. I will not bother you more, and if you are still awake, I think you deserve like a European certificate or something. So thank you very much.
Proud of me, Predrag? I can make it already. So, to finish our conference today, we'll end with Dr. Maria Mateva-Kazakova. And please, thank you.
So yeah, I'm lucky everything is working. Some closing remarks on a different angle. After all those insightful presentations on the applications of the XR technologies, I will go deeper in another perspective, and this is really the the fact that they're considered strategic technology for Europe at the moment. And this has some very, very important implications. In the general context of international tensions between China, the US, and the European Union, in fact, the technological competition is getting more and more important, and the European Union is looking for independent technological capacities. Of course, this is not an easy task. What realistically the Union is aiming for is to find a way to guarantee at least the non-existence of unilateral dependencies. In this context, it's important to highlight some important aspects that could be even measured through the progress of the investment intensity in research and development in the European Union, the US, and China from the 90s to 2022. So we can see that generally the share of GDP investments is stagnating in the European Union, while the US and China are progressing and in a positive trend. So definitely the EU is looking for an answer. As formulated like strategically a couple of years ago, the European Commission President, Europe has to make sure that its industry in the future is made in Europe, which is kind of a challenging task. Because it's important to find a way to make the research cooperation as open as possible and as close as necessary. And to guarantee that in the future, Europe is going to be producer and not just a user. Several instruments are being developed or are already in process of being implemented. So there is another new instrument, not just the STEPSIO that we mentioned a couple of times today. This is a new EU Sovereign Tech Fund, which is at the stage of proposal. But it's going to happen mostly in open source software, not that relevant to the XR technologies directly. What's most relevant for the topic that we are covering today is the Strategic Technologies for Europe platform, an ongoing initiative, which is a measure trying to save, to help, to provide urgent response and to fight for the European sovereignty in the field of technologies. But it's a complex instrument because it's trying to reorganize, reprogram existing programs, in total 11 programs. It's kind of challenging to provide this urgent response, and many of the partners have this experience already of trying to obtain a response from the relevant managing authorities at country level, which is not that clear. Because this STEPSIO is not really a funding instrument. It's mostly a mechanism to promote the projects. When we look at them, are you going to hear me like that? Yeah. When we look at the progress at the national level in this reprogramming of the funding, we can see that it's not really calibrated. Each country managed to reorganize the programs that they manage in a different manner. So the amounts don't really reflect the size of the country, and some countries don't really yet have finance allocated for this instrument. Even in countries which are very well placed in terms of funding allocated, such as Italy, there is no mechanism to cover all the programs that were allocated this important seal. Another aspect is that under this seal, 3 types of technologies are promoted. So the digital tech one is not even the most important one. And during the first year, 80% more of all the projects were allocated to another one, to the clean tech, and the digital tech was just a small proportion. It wasn't really a priority. It's also important to highlight that there are other important limitations because the countries don't really act in a coordinated manner, and the national managing authorities have the liberty to apply additional measures so that there is no really a level playing field between all the projects with this step seal. At the same time, the projects that were allocated this step seal have to be compliant with the rules of several programs. In order to be given this extra funding, they have to comply at the same time with the rules of all the existing programs. So it's not as automatic as presented in the regulations of the European Commission in practice. Also, another issue is that the speed of action of this instrument does not really overlap with the life cycle of the projects. And VIC is an example because the project is progressing, but at the same time, there is no clear response from all the 8 national managing authorities that has to allocate this extra funding, which is really having a negative impact on the impact of the project itself. Additional limitation is that step seal has problems with multi-beneficiary projects. They don't really know, the national managing authorities, how to coordinate themselves with the rest of the managing authorities at national level that are evaluating the same projects simultaneously. In a brief conclusion, it's important to say that obviously this step seal is a measure taken in a situation of emergency when the European Union has to take measures in order to protect its critical technologies. It improved the finance available in comparison to the first original multi-annual financial framework, but at the same time, the efficiency would benefit if the existing instruments are kind of speed up, if they try to function in more efficient manner, and the new one are really streamlined in order to start deliver faster. Because at the moment there is no level playing field between all the projects that were allocated this seal of sovereignty, and at the same time, obviously, the European Union and its strategic technological security is not benefiting in an optimal and transparent manner. Thank you very much.
So now is the time for questions and answers. I would like to ask for the help of our helper, if possible, with the microphone. So, first question, anyone has a question? Oh, you do. Okay. Yeah. No, but I will surely go back to you. What I didn't need was the microphone. I don't know if the microphone is around there.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, my question was for Marco. Oh, there you are. I was wondering. Yeah, well, first of all, for all of you who haven't seen that episode of Black Mirror, I really recommend it. It's really interesting, and I won't spoil the end, but it's really about what you talked about, these deaf bots, and the ending is quite interesting, I think, as well. But yeah, I wanted to know, and maybe it can also be a question for Renan. In terms of identity and AI, I guess, like another ethical question that you didn't address directly would be, do multiple people use these deaf bots and say, like, I don't know, I'm your brother, well, say you died and I'm your brother, and I say, like, what do you really think about your wife, you know? Or what did your wife tell you about me, you know? Wouldn't be an ethical problem to how would the AI respond to different people in the environment of that person and share information about private conversations that it had with these different people? How can it guess, you know, what you really thought about, if you really loved your wife, for example? So yeah.
Thank you. So yes, I think basically it can be a problem. We can imagine. I didn't try that spot. Okay, but eventually you can even build a system that is able to interact with multiple users, and you can try to make sensitive data like protected when the chatbot speaks with another person that is not the main person. But yes, this is there are a lot of not just ethical problems, but also cybersecurity problems in this, because you can reveal details about other people to people that don't know those details. So it's a very critical aspect of this.
And at the same time, like, it wouldn't be very realistic. I don't know, in the real life. I was thinking there's a tension here between ethics and realism, because in real life, I don't know, if I had a deep conversation with my brother, maybe I would share about it with my wife. But if you put like a very like a very strict barrier between users, then that's not very realistic either. So I don't know. It's just a question that popped in my mind during your conversation, your presentation. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So to Pietro from Italy, I had a question because when you were talking about the prototypes that you create and everything, I remember a film that was Sully, The Miracle on the Hudson. I'm just gonna get to the point here. Basically, the plane had to make an emergency stop on the river because of decompression of the cabin, if I'm not wrong. And when they go to trial, the pilots, they used virtual VR or XR to try to simulate if they could or not go to another airport and make an emergency landing. My question with this is, do you think, since you're one of your companies that work with your company is Airbus, could they in the future use your prototype to try to train their pilots on emergency situations the most realistic as possible to make it more prepared to everything that can happen, to lost motors or even losing a wing, for example, and what to do in the first moment. Could use to make pilots using our technology. Of course, yes, we do that with several partners across Europe, and also we are also able to make customization of the device, adding sensors on request if needed for interaction or for tracking the close environment, as well as if there are real objects CAD design of equipments, we could work together in order to optimize for browsing and on the vision. Another answer is about the level of immersion that would be taken with our devices. As I can see before, you can use it in several modes, in full immersive VR or in XR, using the camera see-through mode. In that way, it's possible to position in a real environment the objects in order to interact with them, taking into account of, let's say, floors or tables on all real objects within the environment. And the software could, let's say, implement the collisions, the gravity, and some other stuff that typically are implemented in this kind of consent. So, in short, the answer is yes, we are also very interested in collaborating with organizations that have real use cases in order to face the effectiveness of our technology within real cases and, let's say, application.
My question is to Pietro. About the augmented reality glasses, I wanted to ask, it's more of just curiosity about health issues, damage to the eyes, because if we stay at everyone knows if we stay at our computers staring at the monitors for long, it starts to strain your eyes. So I wanted to know if those glasses, if there's anything to protect our eyes, or if they cause more damages than the monitors.
Okay, talking about AR glasses, you talk about the optical see-through technology. This is, let's say, a bit more useful for longer use and adoption. And there is not, in my knowledge, legislation about the duration of the experience in terms with AR. The comparable legislation that could be taken in account is with respect to the video terminal use, continuous use, where the register is present. We compare the experience with this one. Of course, there is no more difficulties or, let's say, things to be taken into account, because basically the projectors used in AR are let's say, like this projector. The technology is the same. The DLP or LCOS technology are used just to project a micro LED display. So it's not a problem to manage. The last generation of AR is based on laser projector, non-LED projector. And this could be an issue to take into account because in some implementation, there is a direct projection in the eye, not reflected by the waveguide or the optical parts. And for this, of course, it's a very, very new technology. And there is no legislation, neither test yet available. And we think that in the next 2-3 years, we will know more about the rules to follow for that technology.
Sorry, just one last question about talking to Marco from Unity from Italy. Sorry, you talk about how basically right now it's impossible to transmit our conscious to data. Actually, there's some funny case of a billionaire. His name is Dmitry Iskov. Sorry, that supposedly is trying to do that. He said in 2016. That in 30 years he believed that technology would be able to get there. But my question is, given the fact that, for example, the brain has around 16 petabytes of memory, if we translate it to memory of computers, and we excluding the DNA that has no limit, let's say like that, and that part also comes with the emotions or the characteristics that makes our personality. Do you think if we would be able to just remove that 16 petabytes of the brain that on today is more possible, would be realistic or not?
Well, well, the short answer is I don't know. But maybe yes.
So, if there are no further questions, thank you so much to everybody for being here today. This was a very special event for all of us, and we are truly proud to see so many curious and interested minds we have in Portugal attending this event. So many brilliant minds that are willing to engage in a new field, emerging technologies such as XR. One thing that I would like to ask for reflection is that the extent of the national industry to engage with academia as well as academia tries to engage with industry. So if we are willing to take this step and actually and effectively to bridge this gap, we'll surely build the future together and collaborate, and we will truly make innovation. So thank you so much for being with us today, and have a good afternoon. Thank you.